Well, you better continue pondering. It's just like you sitting in front of a 10-pin bowling ball just going, manifesting. For anybody on YouTube who missed that, we just got a 100-month resub. A 100 months. That's crazy, man. He sees the bowling bar. He knows! I wonder, hold on. Sweet. About my car's extended warranty that I definitely own? Mooncat? I'll put it this way, Snurgle in YouTube chat, who asked if I need help with editing for clarity here. I can't afford an editor. Like, straight up, I can't afford an editor's salary. I don't want to bring on advertisers, like, you know, your standard YouTube sponsors that you see every YouTuber taking as sponsors, which would allow me to afford an editor, because it kind of goes against how I've always built my business. And because I can't afford an editor, and I don't want to bring on advertisers, I don't feel okay about having any kind of volunteer work. And usually what happens when you have volunteer work is you end up with amateur editors. And so one of two things is the likely outcome of me bringing on volunteers. Is one, I will end up redoing their work because I'm dealing with amateur editors. Or alternatively, I'll just feel like absolute dog shit not paying people, and I can't do that. That is the longest amount of time you could have a sub on this channel today. Don't get too burnt out. Well, like I said earlier today, I'm always in some various level of burnout. Max and Fed, thank you very much for the 24 months. That's 2 years, mate. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So sorry about the really long lineup to getting the stream started today. That was maybe the longest intro I've done in a while. I don't know, maybe it says something about me. Is the swimming pool done? Well, yes. Yes. Yes, it is. So this... I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress anymore, I'm playing Timberborn. This fortress has a gimmick, which is I'm not allowed to dig. I'm not allowed to dig. That's a fact. So because I'm not allowed to dig, all of my construction is made of wood. And because all of my construction is made of wood, everything that you see happening in this fort is the result of me chopping down trees and building stuff. This is an untamed wilds biome. The birds want to fucking kill me. And chat predicted this would happen, and they were right. People fell into the river. And I got this very smart idea in my head when people fell into the river. I'm just going to dam the river. Anyway, that ended with me building this contraption. This river goes north, so up. I've got this line of pumps all the way across, which pumps the water up and into here. And then I've got another line of pumps, which pumps the water into here. And because I can't dig, I can't just go like horizontally off the side of the map. So instead, I built this aqueduct that goes all the way down the length of the river and out of the river. And this thing produces enough current that ideally, this is another skeleton that I would like to deal with at some point, eventually bodies get pulled up and in. So, Yeah, you subscribed to tier 1 and then realized you could subscribe a higher tier, and then you subscribed at a higher tier, and then you subscribed at a higher tier because you realized you could subscribe at a higher tier. Thanks for the money, 14-Pat YouTube chat in the super chat. Appreciate you. So that's this fort. That's kind of the river is in backflow. Certainly, sort of, yes. No, so because doing this, pumping water off the edge of the map despawns water, it's not respawning down here. I realize if you were to travel here in adventure mode, there would just be a waterfall, like, making an infinite loop and probably flooding a bunch of shit, but, like, we're not gonna worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. So, that's this. That's what we spent all of yesterday building. And now, as you can see, there are to be ghosts, such as this one. And that body's still over there and doesn't seem to be getting pulled over. But if the body does get pulled over, then I could go collect it, theoretically. Yeah. Hopefully that body gets pulled over because there's a ghost. Now, because I can't dig, I don't readily have access to boulders. Because I don't readily have access to boulders, I also don't readily have access to the ability to make I don't readily have access to making slabs. So getting rid of bodies is kind of annoying. I may actually have to, like, use one for this. Currently, there are agitated ravens and the terrifying duck, okay, and agitated capybaras. There also is a giant sponge, which is Poutine Jr., and this one's named Lemonfield. And I had a giant sponge previously named Poutine, who died because he drowned when I turned this on. Which basically means he suffocated due to lack of water, because I need water to breathe. So, I feel a little dumb about that, but also Lamau. That's all I really have to say about that. As for dwarves in the fort... Shenryon, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. As for dwarves in the fort, we've got Aiden Knott, we've got Contraman, we've got Devilish Potate, we've got Torsten Longbeard, Romanoid, and Darius Cardrin, Singer, as well as Frank, and Eduardo, Necrontier, Seth Rogaine, who's pissed. We also have a necromancer named Libash, which I'll talk about in a second. We got Tarantos and Devoted Mortal. We've also got Elfie Bean. Agitated Wild Boar, which is one of my Mark's dwarves. And Fool Joss. Rolf. And I think that's everybody. So the dwarves are kind of pissed off right now, and we need to fix that. A lot of that is due to lack of bedrooms. And Speedy needs a dwarf. Speedy gets one of my diagnosers. So Speedy, who's been subscribed to the channel for 100 months, has no ambition has no ambition whatsoever, is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he rarely looks on others with lust. He is very humble, and he can handle stress. He has an active imagination, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He does not focus on material goods, and he prefers to present himself modestly. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak very deliberately, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and does not really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values eloquence, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and considers craftworship to be relatively worthless. He likes quartzite and trifpewter, as well as praise opal and moonsnail tooth. The color mauve and mauve taupe and gems and spears and turkeys for their schnud, and ticks for their ability to expand, and the words of the tresses of prophecy, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders, and when possible prefers to consume helmet, snake, parsnip, wine, and grapes, as well as hate spark scorpions. Helmet snakes are very venomous. Very, very venomous. Very, very, very venomous. YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Would appreciate you if you did that. You dwarfed also earlier? Scrolling through. What kind of dwarf would you like? I see. Did anybody do before that I missed? Scroll on back to the beginning. Not that I see. Okay, so yeah, it was just you, Dalkin. I totally missed that. Thanks for yelling at me. And taking a cozy nap? I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, that's like liking a puffer fish, right? Dwarf with beard. Okay, I'll try and give you somebody who's not pissed. It's actually kind of hard to do. You get this armorer. You have 2 pets and a wife. You have 2 pet turkeys. Dalkin is quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly, just a little bit insufferable and is burdened by this tendency because he dislikes the idea of friendship. He is an optimist and he generally does not seek retribution for past wrongs. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He can handle stress and generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity. He does not go out of his way to help others and is currently more rude. He is currently more fearless, and he is currently more confident and currently less private. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees cooperation as very important in life. Finds friendship burdensome and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And he likes cobaltite, copper, and green diamond, as well as bloodthorn wood and crystal glass. The color cardinal, ballista parts, and turkeys for their waddle, and reachers for their sinister nature. And the words of the tresses of prophecy and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish, steelhead trout, and peach cider, and absolutely hates moon snails. Well, thank you, elephant. I mean, think about it this way. I'm just playing Timberborn in the wrong game. That's what I would say. That's what this fort is becoming anyway. I'm just playing Timberborn in the wrong game. So, speaking of playing Timberborn in the wrong game, I desperately need to fix the moods of these dwarves, and they are, like, stressed beyond all fucking reason. And, a lot of that is, like, dwarves running up and down this staircase. I'm thinking I should just build, like, a mist generator up here, or, like, a mist generator down here. Oh, yeah, also I've got this slab, which has the secrets of life and death in it, which I keep forgetting. And I desperately need a craftsdwarf guild. Also, a dwarf was just found missing for a week. They probably drowned somewhere, fuck if I know where. We're also very much short on bedrooms. And what is everybody up to at the moment? Actually, is the burrow on? No, it is not. Okay, let's just unpause the game and see what happens for the next 10 seconds. Currently, for bedrooms, we are super short. I desperately need more bedrooms. So what I'm thinking about doing at this exact moment in time is actually just like expanding the space that we have in this fortress. I'm thinking about like jumping across here, up to here, over to here, over there. So we are crushing a bunch of stuff down here, including a capybara in a cage, apparently, which I was unaware of. But yeah, we got to get to this. But I think this fort's going to need a mist generator because of the absurdity that I'm putting them through. But the first priority, I think, is to just get rid of bits and pieces, get rid of bodies, get rid of corpses. Hope that the water under, like down below, does what I need it to. These are giant wild boars that I'm taming. Some of them are babies, some of them are adults. I'm actually going to place 2 cages here and cage up the tame ones and see if I can sell them to traders in exchange for some boulders, and maybe I can get a slab made. Capybara, you deserve better. What's funny is when like dwarves are like terrified while in conflict and it's just like a fucking capybara. Is that still Obok? That's gotta still be Obok, right? Yeah, it's all Obok. You haven't killed anybody, have you? Just a raven. probably before you died. But yeah, value for things is really difficult because engraving is dangerous. Engraving is dangerous because if I engrave these walls to increase their value, traders arrived, then I have to concern myself with having a lot of dwarves with stone-related crafting skills. And if I have a lot of dwarves with stone-related crafting skills, then if they go into a strange mood, they're dead because I just don't have stone. So I have to be really cautious with a lot of things. So a lot of the conventional ways of like, okay, that's just a trained capybara. That's fine. A lot of the conventional ways of like increasing the value of things is very difficult in this particular fort at the moment. So that's where we're currently at. And I'm just trying to get these bodies and things removed. Corn Knob, thank you very much for the 20 months. Apparently a giant has arrived. This one's named Lima. It is not a limousine. When it gets an article written about it in a magazine, it'll be a limousine. And then it's a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Anubis, if that is the result that you are getting from my rambling earlier, you are completely off base. My stream only exists because I do that. I'm only making a living because I do that. And you are completely wrong. I'm sorry, mate. You are completely wrong. I tried to do exactly what you're talking about initially. What Inibis is saying is you can satisfy the watch hours with VODs and you get the upload frequency with tutorials and features explained in about 8 minutes or more. I did that for about 2 years. My views got so low and the money I was making off of YouTube was so little, it almost wasn't worth the hours I was putting into highlighting stuff, making tutorials, and uploading to the main YouTube. And every single VOD that I uploaded to the main YouTube channel lost me more subscribers than it gained. No, that is not worth it. I stopped doing that because it wasn't worth it and it wasn't working. And then the second thing you say is editing down the forts might not be worth it. Wrong. And as mentioned above, I couldn't edit myself and it'd be soul draining. You are completely wrong. Editing down the VODs is the only thing that makes my YouTube channel worth running at this point. And my revenue on the YouTube channel was 3 times what it was the year. In the last 365 days, my revenue was 3 times what it was the year that I just uploaded tutorials, highlights, and VODs. So no, you could not be more wrong. Sorry, every now and again I have to be like, sorry, no, you're wrong. Anyway, this giant, which is almost unparalleled in size, is right here. Do you have anything in your inventory? No. Dang, that's sad. You killed Ned, not Ned. Helpful, Dreamy. So sad. And you've got a pretty big family. Poor Ned. Yeah, rip Ned. F's for Ned, chat. No. Okay, so earlier today, Dracogen, I said that I fucked up. I made cold brew, and I think I screwed up the ratios a little bit because holy shit, this stuff is strong. I'm basically drinking like a triple shot of espresso right now. So if I get a little wired today, that's why. Nope. Jody. Very rare. Sometimes. Is in fact the golden. Yell prestige. Did you know that if you yell enough, you'll prestige in Call of Duty? That's what that name means. That's not what that name means. I'm just going to tell my squads to kill it because I'm pretty confident in their ability. And it immediately charges towards my traders. And my dwarves arrive. Oh, hey, we found Q and Green Tea's dead body. As I suspected. Sees. So the Axe Dwarf is hacking it with a copper battle axe, which is a very well-made copper battle axe. I'm allowed to use metal that I get off of dead things or stuff that the enemies drop, and is just hacking straight at this creature in the head which is tearing the fat. It is unconscious, tired, and bleeding heavily. Hopefully we're still able to trade after this fight's over. And the rest of the squads arrive. Creature dies pretty swiftly. Well done, dwarves. Which of you got the killed? One of you got it. Was it Elfie who got it? Nope. Was it this? You know, it's nice to see the Trader's Guards do things of note. This is not one of my dwarves. This is a Trader's Guard. This dwarf shows up on the map and killed the giant by hitting it in the head with a bronze warhammer, which crushed the injured part. Well done, dwarf. You can stay here for the day, or week, or however long the traders are here for. Instead of 48 hours, you left it for a whole week. That is entirely too long. Yeah, no, that's just called forgetful cold brew, when you, like, forget that you're making cold brew. And then just, like, you know, toss it into the thing. At least now we get to trade. So I'm going to sell all the used clothing that's damaged. That's the first thing I'm going to sell. The next thing that I'm going to sell is... There's something about reading the words cougar leather high boot that, like, makes the immature part of my brain very happy. Let's do this. You know what was the worst change Dwarf Fortress ever made, chat? They renamed donkeys to donkeys from asses. Were donkeys and Forgotten Beast donkeys were just called asses. And when you played the game in ASCII and you forgot that a donkey was an ass, or when you played the game in ASCII and then a were-ass showed up, genuinely some of the best accidental comedy I've ever played in a video game. Like, if you go look up the old Dwarf Fortress fan art, some beasts are better left forgotten. It's just like a butt crashing through a wall like the fucking Kool-Aid man shooting fire with a crown on its head. Like, or on the top of the butt. Truly glorious. What just changes the word back to ass? Oh, probably. Now, the other thing I got to do is I got to look up helms, because unfortunately I started catching mussels, and so now we're selling mussel shell helms. And same with crowns. So I've got 129 mussel shell crowns. That may actually be plenty for trading. The Outpost Liaison meets with us. Can they bring jet? I don't see jet. Just gonna ask for bauxite. And the reason I'm gonna ask for bauxite is I like the color, but I need something that I can make into slabs. Earrings and ash is what they want. All right, well. My manager dead? My manager's dead. I don't have a manager. Well, that sucks. Romanoid is now my manager. Everything that, if you type in word.word, it'll hyperlink on Twitch, in Twitch chat. I think I'm out of clothing. This dwarf's just running around naked. I think we need to sort out our clothing industry. Oh, there you go. You're picking up equipment. Maybe that'll solve it. What do you do if you wear ass? I don't know. Just don't wear ass out, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Where did you drown? I had a... Spotted a dwarf who drowned. Ah, there you are. Just doing that, and then we can pump that water out and get that body. One thing at a time. I also need to automate this. But once again, one thing at a time. Stupid swamp of stumps is in fact this place. Making tutorials for Dwarf Fortress right now is a complete and total waste of time, as far as I'm concerned. SP, Gremlin. At least for the amount of time it takes me to make them, how much it hurts my algorithm on YouTube, how much YouTube punishes me for making them, and the amount of people that watch them. It's a complete and total waste of time. And like, I understand that there will always be some people asking for tutorials. They were worth it when I made them initially, because there was hundreds of thousands of people buying this game every month. But, like, it's not worth the time that it takes to make them anymore, and hasn't been for a while. Do you think after all the drownings, dwarves would avoid the water like the plague? I mean, I could make similar statements about humanity. Who is that, if I can ask, Contraman? That's really cool. I mean, my videos have a really wide reach, right? Like, in order to survive at the scale that I'm at in Dwarf Fortress, you need to make stuff that appeals to people who don't play the game. Because the audience for the game isn't big enough to sustain content for the game. Which is why people like Krug Smash have done so well in the past, is because he makes content that appeals to people who don't play the game. Did I see a dwarf running away in fear? Uh-oh. We're getting attacked by something. Could be you. Could be something unrelated. Could be the duck. I'm doing all right. Tolvakov. I may actually get up in a second and go get a snack. Agitated giant, or not, they're not giant, but agitated wild ducks are one of the things that keeps attacking me. It's ducks, ravens, giant wild boars, giant ravens, and what are the other thing? There's another thing. Agitated capybaras. There's also been alligators, giant alligators a couple times, but I haven't seen them in a minute. Tame ducks don't fly, wild ducks fly. In Dwarf Fort. I'm actually noticing an issue with this chat solution. using. Hmm. I'm using a different, like, chat viewer than I normally do. I'm just realizing that it's not telling me when the next ad break is, which is actually a bit of a problem. Let's figure out a solution for that. What'd you miss? We're just trading at the moment. Mostly. A giant showed up and one of the traders killed it. That's all that's happened so far. When a game is new and a lot of people are buying it, tutorials do very well. The rest of the time, tutorials are a waste of time. I mean, it was over a year ago that I said I was no longer going to focus on tutorials on my YouTube channel. And I lost a lot of subscribers when I did that. I mean, I've regained those tenfold, changing the type of content I make. Oh, right, yeah, I've got a dwarf stuck in there. Totally forgot about that. Let's just unassign you from this. However, yeah, I don't know. Tutorials just aren't worth making at this point. At least not at the scale that they would need to be in order for me to make them more often. I'll throw all those capybaras in there. That capybara in there. Make a capybara box. No. Remember how earlier I was talking about how stuff needs to hit certain numbers for it to be worth making for me? The ASCII version of the game is a fraction of the audience. Why would I... Let me ask you a question. Do you ever willingly take a 3/4 pay cut? If you are limiting the audience that's able to watch the content, then you are limiting the audience that will watch the video. Orange, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. What's the worst way to contact me? Tweeting at me. Because I haven't logged into Twitter in like 2 years. But Orkut Bo, how are you on this fine day? How's things? Still want to do more construction down here. I'm just not exactly sure how that's going to manifest. Also want to do more construction over here. General loss of internet culture that put value on esoteric games as being like cool, I think has been terrible for the success of DF. That's not a loss of internet culture. Dwarf Fortress is more successful right now than it's literally ever been in its entire history. Perhaps perceived, but Dwarf Fortress is more successful than it has ever been right now. At this very moment, Dwarf Fortress is currently the most successful it has ever been. by a lot. There has never... the only loss of, like... The only thing that Dwarf Fortress has lost that has hurt Dwarf Fortress in the past year is the general shift in acceptance and acknowledgement and participation in games media, because the vast majority of the word of mouth that Dwarf Fortress got historically came from sites like Polygon, Rock, Paper, Shotgun. And games media is now people like me, moron with camera on internet. And that's where people consume stories about video games. Video games are no longer a niche piece of art. They're now a mainstream entertainment medium, which means that the way it is covered and the way people talk about it is talked about like a mainstream entertainment medium and not the weird niche outsider art that this game was in the past. And if that changes people's perception of the game, that is just a factual, like, reality that we live in now. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is losing out necessarily because of it. I think that Dwarf Fortress gained a lot of success because of the way games were talked about in the past, and they are no longer talked about that way. I don't think that means that Dwarf Fortress is less successful or has lost something because of that. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think that the audience for Dwarf Fortress has simply grown up. The internet has grown up, and I think that Dwarf Fortress has now reaped the rewards because of it. No, it isn't. People now see Dwarf Fortress for what it is, which is a very creative, obtuse game that helped form a genre that isn't for a lot of people. And Dwarf Fortress releasing on Steam is the biggest blessing and the biggest curse for the game. It's the biggest blessing because the player base is significantly larger than it's ever been, and still is, and will always be now. But it's a curse because it's lost a lot of the mythical nature of it. It's no longer a game that people talk about in hushed tones huddled in a closet at PAX. It's now a game that people go, oh yeah, no, I played that. That game was cool. It's neat. Which is fine. It doesn't have the same level of nerd cred, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, I wish I could blend the chats a little bit better, Ordston. But the YouTube chat has just always been slower. So I look at the... Yeah, if anything, yeah, I think it's just lowered down the amount of gatekeeping is actually probably a really good way to put it. Because Dwarf Fortress was really gatekeepy at one point, and like it's ridiculous to say otherwise. Trying to make more bedrooms. And I'm trying to figure out ways to make bedrooms quicker. Actually, let's just do it this way. Let's go floor and walls. This'll work. I can make this work. Because the Steam version didn't exist back then, Agi. Or some new version of Boat Murdered? Certainly. I mean, Dwarf Fortress always got its marketing from the crazy stories. It's just the crazy stories spread faster thanks to, well, the crazy stories would hit the mainstream gaming audience more frequently when the main source of news wasn't just YouTube drama, I guess. I mean, like, I will turn on the ASCII stuff occasionally, but, like, I think the thing that people need to remember about me is you can say whatever you want about me, really. I am a business, and I'm doing this because this makes me money. If I play the game solely like this, then I would travel back in time to 2022, when I did play the game in ASCII, and spent more time explaining what I was looking at on screen at any given moment than I did playing the game. And the other thing that happened, the majority of the time, is I had like 50 to 60 people watching. Now I have several hundred between Twitch and YouTube. I don't want to be explaining to every single new person what the heck they're looking at and why it should be interesting to them. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm through with that. That era of my life is over, and I don't need it back. I'm good. I need a craft dwarf guild. Like, badly. Tombs don't need separate rooms, they just need separate zones. Just trying to make this an interesting series of colors. Certainly. Certainly. I mean, like, there's bits in Boat Murder that are just straight up made up for writing purposes. But, like, that's most storytelling, right? Like, storytelling requires, like, people being aware that the story that they are telling is silly. You know? And that is a part of the benefit of this kind of storytelling. I'm glad you feel that way, Snurgle. I really like the ASCII stuff too. I do this as my job. And I need to default to whatever's the most accessible the majority of the time. I'm sorry, what did I miss, Generic Dwarf? I think a big reason Krug Smash was the most popular, or one of he still is the Dwarf Fortress YouTuber who specifically covers Dwarf Fortress who has the most subscribers. So he still is the most popular by that margin. But I think the reason Krug Smash did so well and does so well when he makes content is that he was the only person who found a way to make Dwarf Fortress accessible to an audience of people that doesn't play Dwarf Fortress. You know, and I think the reason my big videos do well is because, and the comments say this as well, is because they appeal to an audience that doesn't play Dwarf Fortress. And, you know, like, I'm a little worried, chat. Is this conversation seeming all doom and gloomy? I'm not trying to make it that way. So I'm just curious. Is it coming across that way to you guys? Because that's not really what I want it to be. I'm okay, Feminoir. Yourself? Okay. When you talk about, when I talk about like success of things, I'm talking about like doing it as a content creator, not necessarily like in a mainstream sense or a gameplay sense. So this is going to be a crafter's guild. I need to try and satisfy that. Accept it, because they're just going to keep demanding it. More like contended and understand. Fair. Like, there's things that Dwarf Fortress is doing right now that could drastically increase wider interest in it, like sieges. If marketed well and if the actual implementations are interesting enough, I do think there is a world where sieges makes the game more widely interesting to people. And the bigger the... Okay, so, like, think about it this way. This is SteamDB. It's bad data because it only accounts for public Steam profiles, but like you're within a margin of 20% usually. There's currently 896 people playing Dwarf Fortress. There's almost that many watching this stream right now between Twitch and YouTube. And there is most certainly that many people watching my YouTube channel right now. So the player base of Dwarf Fortress isn't enough people in and of itself to market content to right now. It was 2.8 years ago. But right now it's not. No content creator can survive financially in the Western world with a player base that big, if that is your whole audience. Nobody can. It's like, unless you have like, unless one of them happens to be like a Saudi prince or something and just gives you 20 grand a month. Although I would like that very much at my current size. For a little bit of comparison's sake, like, that's RimWorld right now. And like, that's RimWorld just like after a DLC has come out 3 months ago and is like gone back down to baseline. So like, with those numbers there, Dwarf Fortress is a very small game right now, right? On a random Tuesday, RimWorld has more people than Dwarf Fortress had at its peak. It is difficult to exist unless you're reaching for a wider audience. Krug Smash did well and has done well because he found a wider audience. I'm doing all right now because I initially found a wider audience with the tutorials when the game was taking off. And then I think pretty gracefully, I've converted to a different kind of content, but is still appealing to a large portion of that the old people who stuck around, and I've also managed to find a much larger, newer audience appealing to probably a different crowd, but similar crowd that Krug Smash appealed to with my narrated videos. But there's always a limit to how far a game can go. I think Dwarf Fortress still has some of that mythical, almost SCP-like appeal. I'm trying to figure out a pattern that would be fun for this. Almost SCP-like appeal in that it's still got a little bit of that, I guess, nerd cred, for lack of a better term, as this game that is weirdly difficult. Do I get Purple Rain then, Lore Nerd? I hope I get Purple Rain. I don't need a Saudi prince, it's fine. I also I don't know. I would say no to their money. I don't need their blood money. Okay, you know what? Inibis, I'm just gonna show you numbers. Hey chat, you ready to see YouTube money? I'm gonna show you some YouTube money. This was the last short tutorial I made. Made me 15 bucks Canadian. That's before taxes. Okay? That's the last tutorial I made. The last big tutorial I made, which was a full guide, which took me, I think it was I had about a week to make it, and it took more or less the entirety of that week. So I probably spent 40 hours-ish, probably closer to 30, on this, between recording and editing. That one did okay. But for every single one of those, there is dozens of the other one, okay? And this is also, like, for clarity, over 256 days. So in the first, like, month, this video made $160. Now, caveat here. This video is doing really well. This video probably took me another dozen or so hours, more than that last tutorial, to make. This is in 30 days. That's more than my YouTube channel made last month. Okay? So, like, you need to realize you're wrong. Like, this is also, like, the best performing video I've done since the Gremlin video, which did very similarly to this. It is more profitable to have one video that does well every 3 months than it is to make multiple tutorials a week. You're just completely off. And your sense of how long it takes in Ibis to do that animation, there's a couple animated bits in these videos. My Gremlin video has an animated bit that I animated using in-game sprites. I edited those sprites and I went through. It took me like 6 hours to do about 40 seconds of video. And if I'm doing that for a 6-minute tutorial that's going to make me $15 over the next 2 years, I don't think there's any universe where I live right now where that is a logical thing to do. Okay? And I can show that to you because I haven't signed anything that says I can't. All right. You done with that discussion in the YouTube chat, friends? You are, yeah, fuck it. Sorry, I have to, well, actually this. That video that I just showed you, chat room, that video that I just showed you was uploaded 30 days ago and has 130,000 views. This video was uploaded 828 days ago. And in the first 30 days, got 10,000 views. And in the first 30 days, made $25. This is a 30-minute long getting started guide for Dwarf Fortress. In the long run, do they make money? Most certainly, tutorials make money in the long run. That is not a profitable business model. I mean, collecting cans in garbage bins makes money in the long run, if you do it every day. But this isn't how YouTube money works. I ain't making a fucking... I'm never gonna go back to just being primarily a tutorial channel. So I'm going to ignore what you say for the rest of the stream regarding tutorials, because you are wrong. I doubled my annual revenue on YouTube by stopping making tutorials. and working on YouTube content less. Okay, how's the value of this? 1,200. Do I have any tables at the moment? Nope. And this is technically outside. Herm. Herm. No, yeah, I mean, because Boat Murdered has, like, transcended and is now just a piece of pop culture at this point. That's why. I mean, there's references to it in, like, fucking Borderlands. I am, Rel. What do you think I'm doing? Am I planning to move the coffins? Very unlikely. They are a wall ornament. Correct. They're on Ek. Which is why every now and again I have to just be like, hold up, sorry. I have to educate people. About animation, even computer-generated animation, it's the... Oh, no, absolutely. Like, animation is, like, the most time-consuming thing you can do in content creation, probably. It's like a Krug Smash video, he spends 10 hours recording, maybe, and then 40 hours drawing and editing. Actually, I'm making a crafts dwarf's guild. I'm just trying to get a roof on top of it right now, and maybe I'll repurpose this into a higher floor eventually, and I might put bedrooms along the back here. Down here, I'm building bedrooms as well. I just needed to separate these out a little bit so that I could get these wall pieces in. So I'm doing two things. I'm making bedrooms, and I'm making a guild hall. That's what I'm doing. Oh, it's Moon Moon. Well, that's neat. I was just curious as to who did it, but could you DM that to me on Discord? I want to see that later. I don't want to watch it on stream though. But that's neat. It's cool to know. To paused time blind and not current time blind. Oh no. Yeah, that's something that's gonna happen now. Also, I'm realizing that I wasn't seeing your lines in chat, so I'm wondering, like, if those are hidden from me if you're talking in the past. That's odd. I don't actually know much about how that feature works, but... No, absolutely. It's labor intensive, so you have to respect it for what it is, being labor intensive, right? In regards to art. Let's just make green glass tables. Got plenty of charcoal. The Moon Moon emotes appear. I mean, from my perspective, that's like the best outcome from my videos doing well, is that people like Moon Moon see it and then consider playing Dwarf Fortress again. You know? That to me is the best outcome. Like, for a while there, when this game first released on Steam, it was me trying to help new players learn how to play. And now it's like me trying to remind people that this game still exists. But it's this, I don't know. It's a weird battle that's like very esoteric from the audience perspective that honestly probably isn't the smartest thing for me to be talking about so openly, but I don't know. I never claimed to be a smart person. Gonna do 2 strips of cherry and then cherry walls there and see if I can expand this. I mean, I've been described as honest to a fault in the past. Sometimes why people think I'm a dick, actually, which I personally find kind of funny. Oops. No, I want to do those with hazel. Yeah, it should be there. I'll just go over those 2 pieces of flooring, it's fine. Came to drop a like and end your lunch. Well, cheers, mate. Thanks, Shelby. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, these are going to be just like a strip of bedrooms. And I need cherry wall across there. Cherry across the back there. Okay, this actually doesn't matter. There they go. And I will slowly expand this as I go. But yeah, I'm making you here. And let's go green glass table, green glass table, green glass table. And then let's also do... Let's actually bump this up to 40. And go, whoops, not that. Green, glass, throne. Make 20 of those. Which means it's going to take a little bit, but they'll get to it. Am I building over water? I'm building over a big old canyon. And down beneath it... Oh, hey, look at this! It's actually mostly dried up now. I went out and tried to build a very silly kind of... How do I word this? Construction. Also, I have an idea of how I could maybe get this body out of here. I'm just going to build out to right about here. With, right, yeah, I don't actually have access to that at the moment. It's a pretty bad idea. I'm gonna dig through this. I'm gonna build a little series of walls to right about there. And then drop a wall piece into the ground. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Would you look at that? Hello, you. Stack of the woodcutter. I think I'm going to take a few minutes break, chat. Because I need to go eat something. Head's a little queasy. I require food. So I'm going to run an ad break real quick right now. And just kind of place the camera right here. I am going to pause the game. I will be back in about 2 minutes. BRB.
Over here, he has a sword.
lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
Nuclear vessels.
You fucking donkey!
Normally I eat my lunch at my chair, but I had a ham and cheese croissant that I made. And if I were to eat that here, then I'd have crumbs all over my desk now. But pig cheese or horse cheese? Goat cheese. I'm not even joking. That's just the reality. Goat cheese is clearly pig cheese. Yeah, it's over a major river, which I have damned. I wouldn't eat. Uh-oh. I'm an idiot. I thought that had flooring there. Well, that's awkward. I have to turn you off now and fix that. Easy to fix, but a little bit annoying. Hey, dwarves, you may want to back up. That's okay, it's off now. Although, Necrontyr appears to be drowning now, which is a shame. So is Cole, which is also a shame. I don't really have a way of saving them. Water at that location. Thanks, game. Yep, there they go. There goes 1. And 2. Well, I can plug these. No, I'm aware. I've got other pickaxes. I think I also have... Well, I don't have other pickaxe dwarves, but I've got other pickaxes. So that's not a huge deal. Well. You hear me, but what about yak cheese? How about we simplify this discussion and just say cheese? I don't know why we're discussing different kinds of cheese, but that's my take, is we simplify the discussion and just agree that cheese, good. Even feta cheese. And so is fettuccine, which is completely unrelated somehow. I just ate lunch. Sorry for making you hungry. That was a tasty croissant. I out of other unrelated things, but good news is now I have bedrooms, or more bedrooms. These are definitely the safest bedroom front doors in this fortress. It's almost as sketchy as Montreal. True. I like blue cheese, if that's what you're asking, yes. 2 people fell in potato. Also, when it comes to dwarves, their preferred meals operate very differently than they used to. It used to be like they needed a specific type of ingredient, and now it's just they get happy thoughts based on quality, but they also get happy thoughts if it's a specific ingredient, which is very helpful to the playability of the goddamn video game. That is not the tool I wanted. Oh, also, this is an aquifer along here. Thankfully, it doesn't leak. What kind of material do I want to put in here? Let's just put in willow. That's what I've got the most of by far. Uh-oh. One of the other dwarves that drowned was a necromancer, it turns out. But this should fix itself pretty quick. Even though there's now a big gush of water coming in, this should fix itself relatively quickly. Especially because all of these are active. But I've now screwed this up with this. So I think what I should actually do is just forbid all of this. Let this whole thing reset, and then refill it. That's what I should do. So let's just turn you off, because this ain't going to work until the whole thing is drained. How, Dwarf? I screwed up my dam. Yeah, I screwed up my dam. That's how, Dwarf. Aside from that, pretty good, though. How's Pilot, if I can ask? It's okay, less beds are needed now. Yeah, I need to wait for this to drain. That's just the unfortunate reality. I guess actually the way to fix that problem though is by just going up here and doing it. But how is Pilot today? I had a 100-month resub today, which is crazy. Uh-oh. We find somebody else. Hole, the shearer has been found dead drowned. We will recover most of these dwarves eventually. And I say eventually. To literally mean, like, eventually. How's the value of this sucker doing? It's getting there slowly. It's gonna take a while. Gotta call it 2 a.m. to go to Georgia and then Mexico. Wait, did someone call in sick and then go, actually, nah? How does... I mean, hey. You could also say, I got called into work at 2 in the morning. I guess that sounds significantly less impressive. Got another guild hall request, goddamn. What bars do I have at the moment? I could make a singular gold crown. I also have 2 silver statues. I'm going to grab a pedestal. Make a rock pedestal. 10 of them, actually. Gold scepter for the mayor. Nope, putting it on a pedestal in these shops to satisfy these guild halls, because I'm trying to solve the negative moods, believe it or not. Yes, by drowning more dwarves, don't worry about it. I'm trying to solve the negative moods. And in order to do that, I have to satisfy these guild halls. And because all I have is wood, which is very low value inherently, and I don't want to do engraving because that'll cause stoneworkers strange moods, I have to satisfy them in other ways, and I'm trying to satisfy them by, like, just about any means necessary. That's enough value. So now I need to do a woodworkers guild. Shit. You're not gonna have a roof again. We'll solve it. So now I'm making a woodworkers guild. Because that's, I think it's woodworkers? Yeah, woodworker is what they want. So no, at this point, I could actually care less about the... mayor, Tarantos. At this point, it's mostly just I need to increase the value of this stuff by all means necessary. But it's just a dwarf drowning simulator? That's just this fortress, though. No. Because, like, as I was trying to explain, the value required to satisfy these guilds is a problem. So willingly making more guilds kind of is the antithesis of this issue that I'm trying to solve here. So no, you cannot. Maybe if you, I don't know, gift 50 subs, I'll think about it. But I think we're okay as is. That statue should actually bump the value up enough. No, that would be the Swimmers Guild, right? Which you can't make because swimming isn't a guild that, or isn't a guildable space. God, agitated ducks are still one of the funniest things in this game to me. Like, genuinely, agitated ducks are hysterical.
Over here, he has a sword.
Certainly, Cyberdud. Certainly they will. I mean, who wouldn't? Okay, now I can deconstruct these. Sam, Pear, and Willow. I could wait until this drains a little bit more. And then just put a floor piece there. Which may actually be the wiser way to do this. How do I do this safely? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these wall pieces here and then a door there in the middle. And then I'm going to tell a dwarf to deconstruct this tile, which is going to make this fall so I don't have to use a lever. Hopefully knocking that body closer towards the pumps. No, I know. And the body is right here. I'm trying to move the body by dropping stuff into the water. So I'm well aware that there's a ghost there. The goal here is to try and get rid of that ghost. Cheers, Rev. How you been?
Riot, you get digging.
Thanks for the 29th month, mate. Hope you're doing well. This is like Zubitex in YouTube chat says, I hope that you find a way out of this feeling. It can be quite the burden to feel stuck. I need to emphasize this. I'm stating a reality. It's not a burden. No industry is easy. No industry is perfect. And I certainly don't have all of the solutions. That's a raven that we're fighting with. And I certainly don't have all the solutions. I don't feel stuck. I don't feel trapped. I love my job. But no matter how many times you say that you love your job, everybody who has a job has to remember sometimes that it's a job. And no job is perfect. This job's no exception. Please don't get overly dramatic and think that I feel stuck or I feel trapped or I need to get out of this. I don't. If I needed to get out of this feeling and I needed to escape it, I would stop streaming full time, stop making YouTube videos, and go get a job. This is the reality of being self-employed. All right? Please don't act overly dramatic about me talking openly about this industry, because it's why people don't talk openly about this industry very often. What are those red trees? Those are ash trees, but it is late autumn, so the trees change color in the seasons, and right now there's a lot of alder and ash and pear trees, and they go red in the fall, and towards the end of autumn and the beginning of winter in this area, the leaves all fall on the ground. Exactly, Shark Jumping Walrus. Exactly. How good are your headphones and what are they? Yours are these are falling apart too. I got these in 2011. These are Sennheiser HD 650s. I've replaced the cable for them like a dozen times. I personally think they are very good. I really, really like them. Let's see if this idea works. This might kill another dwarf, but oh well. Get him, Sodell. I've replaced the ear pads dozens of times. Literally dozens of times. I'm also going to turn off fishing. I've got way too much fish. What's my favorite die in DF so far? Yes. Well, I was worried about that. Didn't fix the problem and killed another dwarf. Got it. I was kind of worried that would happen. But, oh well. You win some, you lose some. You dwarf some, you kill some. You need dwarf OSHA? I mean, you need it in real life for people. Don't worry about the dwarves. The dwarves will be fine. Okay, so that just needs to be Sampear. There's ciders, yeah. There's pear cider. I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure we have ciders in this. Drinks. Let's see, we have Gimlet beer, bilberry wine, longland beer, fisherberry wine, whip wine, apple cider, bayberry wine, dwarven wine, and cranberry wine. We have definitely had pear cider, Sampear cider in this fort. The de-ghosting plan? Yeah, well, about that. Cider is a subcategory of wine. Sure. I'd believe that. Oh, we're getting attacked by capybaras, I believe. A child is fighting with an angry capybara, which is currently in midair somehow. That is actually kind of impressive. Get him, kiddo! No! Oh, well. Fence drilled, the capybara has killed a child. Absolutely horrifying. The terrifying monster. I realize I could just lock them in a burrow, but... I'm sure that child will get put in a tomb. Yep, looks like it. Stormwolf's already at it. Rest in peace, kiddo. Friend-shaped terror. Nah, the friend-shaped terror was when I lost a fortress to giant chinchillas. I did once lose a fortress to giant chinchillas, and that was hilarious. But also, like, imagine a bear-sized chinchilla. That would be kind of scary. Like, jokes aside, just think about that for a second. On one hand, hilarious. On the other hand, holy fucking shit. That's terrifying. Imagine like a bear-sized bunny rabbit. Like, look at how big a bunny rabbit's mouth is. Now imagine that the size of a bear. Like, I don't know, man. It's kind of gnarly, if you ask me. Did I? Oh, wow, I queued up rock pedestals. I'm fucking sober, I swear. Word, pilot guy. That was a child that was killed by it. Like, working under the assumption that that is like a young dwarf. I don't know if that's that embarrassing of a story, per se. We're getting attacked by goblin morons, who I will clearly have to throw off the edge because 2 of them got cage trapped. Excellent. They're trying to save the dwarves from my own stupidity. Are you for fucking real? Oh, I did fail it. Wait, hold up. Did I not accept that? I thought I did. Okay. I must have not looked at it in a while. I'm going to throw a cage down here and put a giant wild boar in it. Isn't that just kind of a mini giraffe? Like a small giraffe? I kind of screwed this up. Let's do these 2 pieces apart. All the way across. Goblin child napper sees a capybara murder a child and just 180 and leaves. I mean, I would too. Or I would certainly, like, contemplate my decisions momentarily if I was in that position as that goblin. What? Oh. Am I getting attacked by birds again? Ah! Looks like we're getting attacked by agitated wild storks. They're also here to take my children and give them to smarter parents, probably. If I were to bet. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and I'm going to unlock this. I'm going to unforbid this. I'm just going to put a... just going to fill all this in. We'll just do this way. They're bringing death. They aren't bringing children, they're bringing death! We're all doomed! You know, you're probably onto something with that. You know, I'm very tempted to build a second dam. But that would be kind of ridiculous. Someone's been missing for a week and I don't even know what happened. I'm gonna put all the dwarves back in the burrow. Because, like I said a minute ago, I don't even know what fucking happened. Let's just double check where the burrow goes. It goes down to here. Okay, it doesn't cover most of this. Cover this. Should cover this. Should cover that. That's an agitated skeleton. That's a dead raven. Ay, 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 ay. Fucking chaos, man. Okay, well, this is all done. I can turn this back on. Let's continue working on these bedrooms. No, that was a different dwarf, I think. Was it? No, it was Sodell. Because I said so long, Sodell. I think Rovod is one of the dwarves that fell in here. Maybe? Well, good news is we can get this drained once more. Although Rovod may have died up here somewhere, and I'm just completely unaware of it. It could also just be in a puddle somewhere. Okay, so this raven is certainly causing us some grief. Good news is we're getting this done. And also working on this pretty successfully. I don't know why you're just standing in your bedroom. That usually means that they really want something, but don't have access to it. Like you want to be extravagant. I'm gonna check something. Cloth. What do I have the majority of? Rope reed cloth. Perfect. I've been running rope reed for a while now. So let's just do cloth. Actually, hold on. Let's click on two different dwarves and see what they're wearing. You've got trousers, shirt, gloves, socks, and shoes. Trousers, shirt, gloves, socks, shoes. Trousers, shirt, trousers, tunic, gloves, socks, shoes. Let's just do trousers, shirt, gloves, socks, shoes. I should also set up some dye. But I'm not going to be super picky about it in this fort. Because I can't really afford to be. But I'll do what I can. As I usually do. We'll just go 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And I will just repeat this yearly. For right now. I'll add more conditions to it later. I beg your pardon? Who are you watching a live stream of a streamer watching a live stream? I'm confused now. Isn't that just like, you know, co-streaming something? God, the number of times in a month that I get asked by random individuals to cover like a random streamed event is actually kind of absurd. Oh, I see what you're saying. Watching a literal river. Well, it's more of a river than a stream, but see, now this is a stream. That's a river. A major river even. Although actually I think this is just a river and then that's a major river, but streams are the ones that the dwarves can walk over. Okay, so that'll allow us to get this body out right here. And of course the child's at it. Go get him, kiddo. Yeah, you mean like a literal stream. What happens if you dam the entire river? Would it have been safer to just do 2 dams and pump out the layers? It would be significantly safer for me to just dam the whole river. Yeah. I mean, I might, now that I have this first dam, I might actually just build a second one layer below this. That just goes all the way across. And just pumps directly. I may actually just do that and just put a drawbridge down. Yeah, I might actually just do that. Corpse delivery service is used to seeing piles of dead bodies. Is definitely good to have on your resume, if nothing else. Let's just go all the way across with the willow there. And then all the way over to there. What are you talking about? What do you even mean? I think eventually this fort is going to probably move down into here, primarily. It's like a paper route with for children, but with corpses. Good lord. Yeah, no, I kind of want this whole fort to eventually move down into this river. Because I think that would be just a really fun way to build this fort. Just in general. Also, turns out, this whole thing draining, combined with all of these agitated storks, is pretty bad for my frame rate. So let's get rid of these agitated storks. I'm going to send my military out front here. I'm going to stop you guys from patrolling. And them coming out, armed with their goat bone bolts, will be pretty effective at taking out these. Well, the good news is we found Obok's body. I think that's good news. That's the good news, chat. We found Obok. Oh, Bok. I'm going to put a little pump here, and I'm going to see if I can displace it. Well, actually, let me put it there. And then, yeah, I'll just build walls around this end bit here. And just put a pump here and just get some random dwarf to pump it, and hopefully that'll get it close enough that this over here can pull it, but we'll see. Good news is I found a dead dwarf. Bad news is I still have to get it out of the water. Getting that ghost dealt with is going to be a huge boon for the fort, though. Like, seriously. Like, massive. Okay, so actually these guys cleared all these. Or cleared out a bunch of them. There's one over here. I need to be careful about how many of these I kill. If I kill too many of them, then that'll send more agitated wild animals at me. But let's see if we can get these guys now. You're gonna go get more equipment. That's fine. Same with you. Oh, there goes another one. There's now another dead giant stork. Or not giant, but agitated stork. Okay. So it's cuddle. Oh. Fucking how long have you been there? Okay, well, I feel dumb now. Well, thankfully this one will be really easy to get rid of. I have no idea how long that body's been there. That has to be one of my soldiers. Or has to have been one of my soldiers? I've got the burrow off now, I think. Yes. Glass half full, lake half full, dwarf mostly drowned. Kind of, you know, two sides of the same dead dwarf in a swamp. 17 ghosts later. I'm working on it, okay? Just give me time. Dealing with many problems takes... This dwarf was found dead from a while ago. This dwarf tried to make an artifact and couldn't find a gem. So at the very least, we can deal with you right away. God. You guys like chaotic forts? Because you're getting one with this. You're also getting, like, significantly worse chat interaction during the actual gameplay. But hey, you know, at the very least, it's chaos. I don't know what the fuck is happening most of the time. Okay, so that's 2 pieces. We just need a brick, and then I can turn this sucker on, and we can get that body out. At least this one's easy. Are you coming to do it? Nope. Sag. I mean, the more simulated physics you have in Dwarf Fortress, the more stuff you have to account for and deal with. Just in general. Also, mud already spreads if dwarves get coated in mud.
Woo!
Although, wouldn't that just be like the Great Molasses Flood? I feel like, because like changes that you make to fort mode and adventure mode, Cyberdud, affect the world sim. Like if you were to add like all of the problems with like foot rot and stuff that you get from standing in muddy trenches, I think that would like almost immediately make goblins go extinct. Like instantly. Because goblins basically live in World War II trenches. Did you get it? Need somebody to come get Cattle's skeleton. I may actually need to make this pumping setup better. Waiting until somebody get it. The body keeps getting moved around. Yikes. Okay, who's coming to get Tomb? I was going to say, did you pick it up and then immediately drop it? I think you did. And then it cancels? Yeah, okay. So, I need to do this smarter. Could turn this sucker back on. But where is that going to dump now? I mean, it dumping right there is actually totally fine. Okay, fine. To get this body out, I'll do it. So I need to reconnect you. I have no access to logs. I don't know what that says about this fort, chat. But I literally have no logs in the fort. Trenchfoot is, in fact, some nasty stuff, as Pilot said. Hey, would you like to share a cage with a giant semi-wild boar? And, to those goblins, we can just solve this. Yeah, we can solve this. This is a little fucked up. By making, you know, the children just, like, throw the goblin thieves into the river. I mean, like, they had it coming, right? I mean, come on. They were here to kidnap the children. This one's tried 4 times to kidnap the children. And then the children make them walk the plank. Wow, he didn't even die. He's like kind of okay. Oh, even better. Now we're just gonna have like somewhat injured goblins attacking us. That's even better. Go get him, Doomed Blunts. How about you? Okay, well, you seem to do just fine. How about, who's next? Okay, here comes, Malice Town. Oof. Malice Town had a pretty rough hit. I mean, it looks like his upper body took the full force of the impact, bruising the right lung. Ugh. He's unconscious. Are you gonna wake up? I mean, he can still breathe. He just can't grasp. Oh, he's up. Instead of, like, killing the goblins, we're just permanently maiming them. Oi. Think about the English troops fought in the Agricourt, and they've been eventually made for ground conditions so bad that the horse and armored soldiers couldn't horse and soldier. Yeah, no, absolutely. Snatch this with no hands, goblin. All right, let's unforbid all of the forbidden tasks that got canceled by something. Gosh knows what. I've probably chopped down a tree now, right? Right? Yeah, now we're talking. Let's also shrink this down quite a bit. So this getting constructed over here will take 1 log. Goblin defense duration. Yeah, sure. 4 goblins. They started it. They started it. How high of a fall was that? Layer 26 is ground level. From layer 26 to layer 20... Or no, from layer 24 to layer 8. That's how far it was. So not that far. This will help drain this pretty considerably. And then this body is just going to get pulled around a whole bunch for a minute. It's getting canceled a whole bunch, which it will. I'm just hoping that helping drain this a whole bunch, then turning this off, will obviously fill her back up, but I'm hoping it'll pull the body around the corner. Like it'll get pulled now by the current. Yeah, my theory was kind of correct. Not that correct, but kind of correct. Screw it. We'll use 2. Water's too deep. And this will slowly do its thing. Hopefully 2 pumps will be enough. Don't start nuffin'. Won't be nuffin'. Wait, what? I mean, I don't think I said that, but you ain't stealing my children with no hands. So the last fortress that I did, I've been very distracted today by all of this gameplay. What are you doing? Toulon, excuse me, please no handlebar. I mean, okay, sure, fine. So anyways, my last fortress in this world that I did was kind of ended up being the bad guys where we kind of invaded literally everybody. The actual goal for this fort is to get strong enough using no digging to be able to take over my last fort, which at the time of right nowsers, has 750 dwarves in it, fully kitted out in steel. So, yeah. This dwarf's gonna wake up real quick when they get a cold shower suddenly. Also, I really screwed this up. That's not the pond. This is the pond. Put you one too far down. What was the civilization you picked? The Rainy Corridors. And the Rainy Corridors is right here. And we are, in fact, at war with my old civ. Yeah, and currently we are allied with humans and elves, and we're at war with a goblin civ named the Torment of Passes. You know, that just sounds like they operate a toll booth. The Torment of Passes. You pass us, we torment you. Got some good swimmers there. I hope. I don't know if we do, but I sure hope we do. I cannot confirm or deny the quality of my dwarven swimmers. Wild capybara has reverted to a wild state. Agitated capybara has reverted to a wild state. But the Rainy Corridors? I mean, I thought it fit. I liked the location, and it was one of the few civs in the world that wasn't, like, just completely dead. Greetings from Switzerland. Hello from Canada. Whoop. Got ourselves a baby boy. Sucks to be him. Okay, who the heck is constructing this? Because they're taking 10,000 years. Get to it there, dwarf. Okay, so you pump. You pump. Let's see if we can get this body out of here. I mean, I've thought about it, but the problem is once you fall into that river, you're just dead. And also, it doesn't matter how good your swimming skill is. If you're underneath a floor, you're also just dead. This might be a bit better. Although if it keeps moving from side to side like that, it's just going to keep canceling regardless. Let's just let this run for a little bit. I mean, passively, some dwarves are getting swimming skill, right? And you don't need much swimming skill. You just need to be a novice at swimming. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there's an agitated raven, which they're trying to kill. To me, that's just a normal raven. Like, ravens and crows in real life are just permanently agitated. I feel like... So honestly, I have to say that kind of checks out in regards to agitated ravens. But I did get that body out of there, so that's good. Round of beers for that or something. Big success! We got the body out. That's all. I love ravens and crows too, but I do feel like they are permanently agitated. Although I will say that ravens are a little bit more like posh. Halladorfia. First cause of severely terrible mooders is gone. So success to that, chat. Success to that. Now, the next bodies that we need to finish getting rid of is this. I require Ulbach's corpse, which sounds way grimmer than it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to go boop, boop, boop. I'm going to go here. Throw that down. Throw these down and that down. Although, actually... I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna widen this a little bit, and we're gonna put 2 pumps in. And these will just be manually pumped again. Magpies to be more ordinary? I don't really see magpies here, so I believe it, but I don't have much personal relation with the species. Nugs in YouTube chat says, just joined, I see you are making a surface base, yet there is not 5 trillion tiles of vomit. How? Dwarves develop cave adaptation if they spend too much time underground, which is what makes them vomit. Dwarves do not inherently vomit when above ground. It's pretty common for me to build features into my forts that force them to go above ground to reset that problem, so they don't throw up. They only throw up if they spend a lot of... Like, when you start a new fort, your dwarves don't immediately start throwing up, as an example. Same kind of thing. Let's actually just leave that for right now. I only need this one deconstructed. Oh, for fuck. Okay. There was a bug in the game for a minute there, though, where dwarves were always at 100% cave adaptation all of the time when you started. So they could get rid of it over time, but your starting 7 dwarves would always be cave adapted. And it was fucking hilarious, just starting a fort and then immediately everybody just pukes. All right, guys, it's time to christen the fortress. Blah! It was a hot minute there in version, I think it was 45 or something. It was like pre-Steam, but like towards the end of the classic updates. What I really want to know is how exactly does that happen without the developers noticing? Like when you try to go to church? I don't understand how those two things are related, but like what I'm amazed by though is the fact that like that made it through testing. Like I know that Dwarf Fortress maybe doesn't have the history of having the best QA, but like how does that even happen? Like truly. Marking their territory. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't done the science, and it's been a long time since I've seen anybody do the science. I don't know. Famine Alarm. If I had a better answer for you, I'd tell you, but I don't. Actually, how much extra power are we generating? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go back to plan A. Plan, build a... Just fucking build another... Just fucking build another. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to fucking build another. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. We'll just... I don't trust that door. That door gives me the heebie-jeebies. Let's lock that. May have been working on something else that had almost nothing to do with embarking. The cascading effects of this game are wild. Can I ask what that is in reference to? I missed the through line here. I mean, this fortress is just becoming a giant dam fort, so it's just becoming a giant dam fort. Might as well utilize it. Am I really out of doors? Not hard to believe. Also, investments are open if you care. The moment on embark and why you can't catch it. Yeah, I've lost the through line of this conversation. Sorry, that's my own ditziness. Also, it's probably the fact that I'm drinking extraordinarily strong mud water today. I'm gonna go back to measuring. Blech. I'm gonna go back to measuring the temperatures of my boiling pot water instead of trying to make cold brew. I don't like cold brew. It never quite works out the way I want it to. Appreciate it, man. Do I know where that, like, expression comes from? Not off the top of my head. Why, should I? Alex Gamer? Let's deconstruct all this and all that as well. Let's go back to over here and deconstruct these. Actually, no, that's not what I want. Let's just deconstruct these. $100th for the 100-month sub. Yeah, it's still crazy, man. And as with many bugs in this game, that was a bug that was only in the game for a matter of hours. It's just maybe the most obvious example of the ridiculous depth of this game. This is just going to be for power. So I'm just going to let them start working on this. It's going to take a while. Also going to go up through here and unforbid all of the concern areas. You know, if this whole fortress ends up moving into this trench, this is going to look awesome. Like, could you imagine this just being the fortress? I think we could get it to that point. The problem is I'm going to have to roof the whole fucking thing off. That's the actual issue. Also, YouTube's asking me about the term heebie-jeebies. I don't know where it came from, but I will say that when I'm sleep-deprived or burnt out, or in a weird one of my moods, which I'm kind of in 2 of the 3 of those, you guys can guess which right now, I often like end up frequently overusing a word that I don't normally say. And right now I guess it's heebie-jeebies. With water in between later? I just need the like scale to be able to do that. Right now I don't quite have the scale. So this needs to be a grand guild hall. Not looking forward to this. I mean, Ash definitely doing the big winnings. That is for true. That is for true. Nothing even remotely high enough value to be able to make a dent in it. So I'm just going to put what I have in here. What's the value of you? I'm going to cheat. So this thing is just such high value that it doesn't matter. Done. I have it, might as well use it. I have it, might as well use it. It's made of bright metal, which is one of the god metals of this world, and it's worth 32,000 something Dwarf bucks. So, you know what? Might as well just use that. I can't melt it or anything. Take full advantage of it. And that'll help me out a little bit. Sometimes you need to cheese things, and in this case, fuck it, I'm gonna cheese it. Now I want Cheez-Its. Unrelated to cheesing it. Oh, come on. I mean, let's check. It certainly seems to be the most popular. 28. 30 worships the god of fortresses and war. Second most popular god. The Order of Dust appears to be the most popular of the religions, which I haven't made a temple for, even though they asked me to. Yeah, I think the Order of Dust is just the religion I see the most, but the most popular god is the god of war and fortresses. Okay, so we'll get that done and we'll get this done. Then I need a gear assembly right there. Make 4 copper mechanisms. Curious if I can power this. With like no assists. Or with just an axle. Oh, they have. I've just ignored them, Tarantos. It's actually the main reason the moods are as bad as they are. Because I've more or less completely foregone any requests that the dwarves have made. Yeah, I'm playing Timber Fort right now. Or Timberdorf! I have said this before. The main reason that Timberborn didn't appeal to me much as a video game is because I could just play Dwarf Fortress and do the same thing. And I remember when that game was coming out, and a lot of people were playing it. I had a couple people tell me like, no, I don't think so. I think Dwarf Fortress, like, is actually pretty different from that game, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I still don't know about that. Generic Dwarf, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you greatly. It means a lot, man. The best part about this is now I can optimize this a whole lot more. I can make it better than the other dam. It's a weird way to spell Canada, enemy. Yeah, and then I can just do a strip of power across here. Power directly to the pumps. The pumps just need 2 blocks wide up here. And they'll pump to right here. And then I can pump up to a layer above and then directly out the corners of this. KD made new packaging and we lost 25 grams of that 125 gram pack. You know, I actually could not tell you the last time I had craft dinner. And as a cheese enthusiast, I'm a little bit offended that the way you're writing that reads like you are acknowledging KD as cheese. Actually, maybe I'm more of a cheese gatekeeper then. Okay, I would retract my statement and say, as a cheese gatekeeper, and somebody who will say, no, not my cheese, I'm offended that you are considering craft dinner even a cheese product. That. It's more like a hydromechanical than hydroelectric, if I were to say. Of Steam reviews for Total War 3, shit is on fire as per tradition? Wait, what? You know, I'm not gonna lie. Say what you will about Warhammer Total War. Also say what you will about cheese. I feel really fucking bad for every single human being who works on the Total War games. Like, imagine you're just doing art for Total War, and then once every 6 months, like, the entire internet just, like, accuses you of killing their firstborn child. Like, that just sucks, man. I'm kind of happy I don't live in that reality. I know what I'm going to do. I'm changing part of my screen layout so that I can actually see when ads are running. Because currently I can't actually see when ads are running. I'm trying to fix that. I found a solution. I have a solution for tomorrow, but I need to set that up manually, so. There we go. Hydromagical? Damn right. So they're going to go work on that. I still have a lot of dwarves that need bedrooms. So currently, a lot of British Columbia employees are on strike, and they're protesting just up the block from me. So every 15 to 20 seconds, I hear a car leaning on their horn. I appreciate those cars for supporting unions that are on strike. However, if you're driving a car chat and you're going through an area where people are on strike, and you just so happen to be how do I put this? Inclined to honk, and it's also a residential area, maybe don't lean on your horn for the entire block. Some of us still work from home. Tap your horn a couple times, give them a nice little honk honk. Don't just eh. Side note, yesterday I was walking up the street, and there's one dude who owns a Tesla truck around here, and I know it's one guy because it's green and it's very obvious, and right now it has a bunch of skeletons sticking out of the back of it, which is kind of funny. He didn't honk when he drove past them, so fuck that guy. The Ferrari that I saw driving yesterday did, though. Katie is real cheese? I don't care if it is cheese at one point or always cheese. Also, YouTube just crashed. I'm sorry, but apparently I can't see YouTube now. Cheese keeper, I'll take it. Kraft Dinner is cheese product. Cheese product starts with cheese. That's how you make cheese product. It's still cheese product though. I will gatekeep that and I don't care. Fight me. The Dwarf Fortress description where it's just he refuses to change his mind no matter how futile an argument. In this instance, I am that guy. I will refuse to change my mind no matter how futile the argument, and I do not care. If you do, that's cool. I don't. What is KD? Kraft Dinner. It's instant mac and cheese. That's kind of gross. All right. Progress is not being made quickly, but it's being made slowly, so that's better than nothing. I totally forgot about these apartments I built. Well, see, I was a broke, wage worker at one point in my life, Cyberdud. You want to know a pro tip? Kraft Dinner, Doritos. Crush the Doritos into powder. You're welcome. Or even better, don't use Kraft Dinner. Literally just buy Doritos and, mini noodle pasta. Crush it into powder. You're welcome. Very similar result. If your goal is unhealthy garbage quick dinner. It works. The reason I'm manually assigning all of these is so that I know how many more dwarves I need to make bedrooms for. And this gives me a rough number. See, rough number. Because the list gets smaller as I go through this. I'm really concerned about the dwarves that are super happy in this fort. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, when I was broke, I didn't eat KD that often. My ex did. She loved this stuff. I barely ever ate it. When I was broke, I lived off of rice and beans and broccoli. So, I guess we all kind of have our own slightly different version of I was broke once. When I had no money, that was my dinner. That was what I lived off of. Fried chicken and potato wedges. I did buy the potato wedges from gas stations. It's funny, though, if you look at their descriptions, though, it almost always makes sense. It's like they're impervious to the effects of stress. They prefer a chaotic mess. There's always, like, a reason for it. But, yeah, it's always, are you okay, Urist? Like, Urist, you good? Like, you shouldn't be. By, like, all counts, you should not be good. How are you good, Urist? So, chat, I've got two options here that I see. Option A, I build this setup over here. Option B, I say fuck this dam, use the infrastructure from the top half, and move it all to over here. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Option 2 would take way less time.
Nuclear vessels.
What, as in the dwarves alive? If I'm keeping chat alive, that's too much. That is too much. That is far too much. How do I put this? Like, pressure, I guess. No, I'm just thinking about it and going like, I'm going to have to chop down a lot more trees and produce a lot more materials to do this. It's more than 3% done. It's more than 3% done. Enjoy your food, Cyberdud. It's okay, your pestering is appreciated. Are they not timber dwarves? Well, here's the part that you don't understand. Is the more trees I chop down, the more I piss off the wildlife, and the more I piss off the wildlife, the harder the map gets for me. So it's kind of a give and take thing. Hi-ho, it's off to clear cut the forests we go. Devilish Potato, the only one with the task. Get to it, Dwarf. And also, in regards to the cheese product topic, just go watch the Nile Red video about making American cheese. If you have to distill something to the point where it's unrecognizable as the original substance, it's its own thing at that point. Like, I'm not knocking cheese product. It's just, it's not really cheese anymore. Why not soap bars? Because you can't construct things. Have you played this game since it released on Steam, Aquasar? Soap is no longer a construction object. You haven't been able to make stuff out of soap since Premium launched. Same with charcoal. Like, they're not a construction material. You can't even enable it as a construction material. So, what year is it? Is my question to you. But I would gladly use soap if that was an option. It's just not. It's disappointing. I mean, no, it's not. Or maybe it was. I mean, it's probably a better alternative for the game. But like, you need to remember that in order to make soap, right? What is soap made out of? It requires lye to make it, which requires ash to make it. So If we're even just like talking mechanically, it makes more sense to just use wood because that requires wood. Soap is in fact a lye, and it requires a lot of lye as well. So literally, like, even humoring your statement and request, it still requires me to chop down trees. Chat's just a bunch of liars. No, I mean, I'm not gonna lie that, like, I'm not gonna lie. God, help me. This fucking language. Soap being a construction material was funny. But even if it was still usable as a construction material in the current game, just using wood blocks would be more logical. I'm just going to do this all the way across. Just because it makes sense right now to speed up this process. I'll deconstruct half of them. Why only 3? I feel like English could be so many more languages in a trench coat than that. Doesn't display wasteful opulence. Counterpoint. Clear glass. Because that's... needs potash, which needs pearl ash, so ash, potash, pearl ash, sand, charcoal to make pearl ash, charcoal to make clear glass. So if I want to be wasteful, I could just make clear glass. But the idea here isn't to be wasteful. The idea here is I need to fucking dam the river because there's ghosts. So I think you guys are kind of missing the point here. But, you know, speaking of missing the point, this has nothing to do with anything. That game Mega Bonk looks kind of fun. Which is weird, because those games don't generally appeal to me, but that game looks pretty fun. I just had to say those words out loud. What are you running away from? Something's attacking us! Oh no! Is it an agitated wild dork? That looks like it. Maybe? An elven caravan has arrived to trade. You know, I actually haven't traded with them once yet, even though they arrive every year. Just keep ignoring them.
Is the day of the month. Thanks for the content, man. Good stuff.
Cheers, Corlane. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Seriously, means a lot. It really does. Thanks for the prime. And thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Nah, I need these one further up. I do. I need these one further up. What blocks do I have a lot of? Let's go with sandpaper. Huh? What does that have to do with Johnny Depp? Friend? You really want to restart playing Dwarf Fortress next holiday? Like around, like, December holiday? Or, like, just when you have time off next? It's a pretty good spot, the game is right now. Although, we're still a little ways off of the Siege stuff. Which is probably, like, the next major update that the game is getting. Oh, I didn't follow his trial at all. So, I saw some, like memes related to it, but that was about the extent of the stuff I caught from it. A lot of that stuff just went straight over my head. Not my particular area of interest, if I'm being honest. Let's just see what they have for trading. I'm just mildly curious. I'm just mildly curious. Trial became a meme mill? Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of, like, public celebrity trials tend to go that way anyway. Turns out the Dwarf's very busy at the moment. What squad are you in? Swap you out with somebody else who's just a novice. Because you are pissed. If you go to, so in YouTube chat, Quota says, your playthrough right now is making me imagine an elf playthrough where your dwarves think that they're elves and have to play like it's a forest retreat. In my headcanon for this fort, these dwarves are just Luddites. Because the expedition leader and basically all of the starting 7 all believe that knowledge was like an absolute waste of resources and time and brain power and kind of openly reject learning. And craftsmanship, which I think is really funny. And that seems to be a pretty common trait in this faction. But playing as elves would be quite a bit different. I feel like playing as elves would be a lot of just planting trees and then automating. Like if they were to actually make elves playable in the game, I feel like that's mostly all it would be. I'm just gonna trade you this one singular gem for some fruit, just so that they don't totally hate me. All right, chat. Hopefully nothing terrible happens. You guys follow this dwarf who's making wooden blocks. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. Please type in a round of beers to entertain one another. Yes, post beers. The sound commands are limited to tier 2 subscribers. 'Tis worth noting. I'm also going to try and condense these capybaras a little bit. We can sell them to the dwarves when they come by. Good, 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 good. We're making progress. Same with up here.
Bites off the shell to get at the nut.
See how he bites off the shell. It's crazy. I'm also very concerned that by doing all of this construction like this, I'm just opening up a ton of ways into the fortress for invaders. So if we actually get hit by a proper siege, we might be in trouble. All right, so this is 48. I've already done 8, so I need 40 plus 18 plus 19. Let's just do 80. Have some extras. I'm also just going to nuke that. I'm going to eat some birds, and I'm going to slaughter a bird and some capybaras. I'm just going to go in here and type in yak. Water buffalo. What else can I slaughter that I don't need? I don't recall bringing in these alpacas, so I'll get rid of those. I can slaughter some more of these goats. Okay, that's about it. Do we have geese? Do we? Yes, we do. We also have some turkeys. And we have a giant wild boar. You get a generic goose. Sure. You can. Do you want a goose or a gander? Twitch is a thing that happens when you haven't slept for too long, Jesus, and your eyebrows move involuntarily. That's a twitch. But the better question is, why are you a tube? Food for thought. Anyway, Jesus in the YouTube chat says hi. Ook popped in and said, "What is a YouTube and what is good YouTube and whatever a Twitch is?" You want a goose, cat? Goose. So I'm assuming you want me to read this very in-depth personality of this goose. She's made deeply uncomfortable by difference in culture or appearances, scared of anything that isn't a goose, and almost never feels discouraged and has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She is stingy with resources and refuses to expend any extra effort. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works a square essential tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is assertive, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. And I think that's all she's got, because she's just a dwarf in her personality, so welcome to the fort. Should also actually make these geese some nest boxes. Initially, I wasn't doing it out of practicality, but we're kind of past that. So it's got 700 power generators so far. That's all sandpear wood. Let's do another line of that. And then I'll need a wall after that, which means actually maybe the faster way to do this would be... Please don't run out. There we go. Definitely geese eggs. Goose eggs? Goose eggs for Christmas. She's going to die horribly, isn't she? What makes you say that? I mean, maybe. That's not a poor guesstimate, but I don't know. I cannot confirm nor deny whether or not that whether or not that goose will die horribly. So once all these are done, I will dig out... Well, actually, I can already start doing this, sort of. I will dig out all of these all the way along. And replace some of them with grates so they can still walk across. But I will basically dig out all of these and then make it so that I can... Like, the dwarves can still get to the other side. To repair the pumps or whatever. I'm also going to need to do this with here, so... Uh-oh. It begins. There's some sort of angry animal attacking us. I need you to destroy a construction. There you go. I think you had one, but I think you died. Because not to like say that you're super special or anything, because a lot of dwarves have died. But I think you had one and I think you died. Let me just do a real quick scan. Like, I want to say you died like comedically early. That doesn't look right. Got a bunch of, like, unassigned tombs that have bodies in them. I'm just, like, not gonna worry about it too much. But that doesn't seem okay. I don't understand the question. Oh, hi, Mark. Come back for more dwarf flesh. Don't get. Explain? What mean by that sentence? I mean, I would argue that that is the fate of most dwarves in this game, is to die eventually, but... pretty safely, actually. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Lovely. Oh, I see what you mean. I get it now. No, they have not come back. I actually haven't seen another, like, giant alligator since. So, no, actually. They have not. They've abandoned me. Pretty true to life, actually. It's in that way, I guess. Jornelius, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Welcome back, dude. It's a lot of months, man. That means they're plotting. I kind of was hoping they would come back because I would like to cage trap them, but no luck so far. Oh, am I out of... Nope, not out of logs. Well, that's kind of wild. Oh, no, most certainly. Like, if anything, I hope... If they show up, I hope they show up at the absolute worst possible time. That would be the ideal outcome here. Is that they show up exactly when it would be worst for me. Because that would equal maximum comedy. And who doesn't want that? They just show up and get flushed over. Yeah, they just get stuck in like the current and just go argh, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Although they can't get sucked up by the pumps, so. It's not very Jesus-like, Jesus. I'm just saying. Jesus in YouTube says, something about putting things in tubes sounds rather scandalous. Well, allow me to take that statement and give you the curveball. Pringles. That's all. I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but Pringles. Also, speaking of silly things, it's time for some silly things. This is the beauty of having, like, large projects like this sometimes, because sometimes it just makes sense to just do this. Just make a whole bunch of these for right now. I made those cheaper. Do you appreciate it, Shark Jumping Waters? I hope you do. The Creed of Vaults has many worshippers in Chopsick, and now requires a temple and a priest. Well, I can't deny them that. They do require a temple and a priest. You can say many things about these dwarves, and probably one of the most true ones is that they certainly need a fucking priest. The problem is where the fuck do I put it? What if I make this into a temple for the Creed of Vaults? And what if I take full advantage of that silly thing? The Sanctuary of Taxing. Done. This gem cutter can now be this religious figure, and it's going to be for local residents only. Congratulations, dwarves. We now have a very fancy temple with a moist lever in the middle of it. I forgot that we named it that, but we named it that. That's all. No, I'm saying that Pringles are decidedly not kinky or scandalous. Unless you consider Pringles scandalous, in which case, okay. There's certainly worse scandals you could have. And I could just put a door there and there. This is all willow. What do I have the most of right now? Just a whole bunch of willow. Willow and alder, it looks like. You cannot create religions in Dwarf Fort, no. Contraband. I really want to try and figure out how to make this dam into the front door of this fortress, because if I can do that, then in theory, I'd be able to flush all my enemies out the dam. Or even better, like make them walk in via something like this, and then just flood it. So they'll be like bobbing up and down, and then we can just sit out 2 layers above and just like shoot them with bolts. That would actually be a great defense for this fort. You're gonna nap? Enjoy nap. You would enjoy making a silly religion. You could probably like seed a world with a religion, but that's about all you can really do. I'm just gonna follow this dwarf who's constructing a thing. I'm gonna go close my blinds because it's that time of day where the sun is gonna ruin my lighting. I really like this office versus my old office because I'm blessed with natural light. However, the biggest problem with this office is I'm blessed with natural light. So especially in the winter, like when the sun shines in, when the sun's lower in the sky for most of the day, it does hit me at troublesome angles. Damn right. Sometimes you just gotta close the blind, right? Just like every single time you decide to close Dwarf Fortress at the end of the day. Good for vitamin D. Oh no, trust me, I'm significantly healthier and happier in where I live now versus where I used to live. Absolutely. So it is definitely good for me. How goes the fort? Wet. That's about it. Mostly just wet. I'm also realizing that I've completely screwed up this side. I did not need to do that, but that is speeding up the building process though. Which is fine. What blocks do I have a lot of? Let's go all the way across with Hazel. And just for continuity's sake, I will deconstruct those at the end and then replace it with Hazel. How often do you screw something up into our fortress and then realize after the fact that you screwed it up and then feel really dumb? Because that's me right now. Did not need to do that, but... Mold damage. Yeah, this fort's certainly going to be suffering from black mold. Was that a pig I just saw? Who let you in the fort? Excuse me? Oh, great. You bricked the dwarf in a box yesterday. You felt dumb. I would have dozens of dollars if I had $1 for every time I did that, so trust me, you're not alone. The problem with this system as I see it right now is I need to get the water around this. And so even though I can go all the way across with these pumps, they're never going to be as efficient as they would be if I just had a line of pumps all the way across. So that's going to be a bit of a pain. There are some ways I could modify this in the future, but for the moment, it would be a bit... It would be kind of like ruining the point of it a little bit. For lack of a better term. The water feature. Yeah, this certainly is the water feature. Feature-length water film. Water film has to be a thing, right? Aside from, like, you know, whatever the name of that... What are you fighting with? Aside from the name of that movie that James Cameron made, whatever it's called. The Abyss? Yeah, that. The movie where he drowned the actress for a bit. Where the cast was, like, waterboarded constantly. That movie. Just a really thin layer of water. Oh, like those like super thin waterfalls that you sometimes see in fountains. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not really thinking about anything I'm saying. I'm just kind of speaking. My lips are moving and words are coming out, and hopefully it entertains people a little bit. No, I'm not talking about the second Avatar movie. I've never actually seen that. I only saw the first one, which I didn't super enjoy. My parents like swear it's one of the greatest films they've ever seen and maybe the best movie ever made, and it makes me question my dad's taste in movies, to be honest. Waterworld is like a terrible movie that's kind of cool to watch the first time. Actually, Waterworld is a really cool trailer for a movie that's kind of boring. Terrible? Yeah. I've been told the ride is pretty good. I've never been on it, though. Because there's a ride for it at Universal, and apparently that's pretty good. Which, I believe that. Like, that movie's got a good look to it. Obviously, it's not a good movie to the good look, but I think it's got a good enough look that, like, I could see that being an entertaining... Yeah, how they made it is fascinating, totally. But I could see that being, like, an entertaining, like, theme park ride. So it requires 180 power. Yeah, this is going to be plenty by the time it gets all the way across. The odd shapes of this dam? I don't know what you mean by odd shapes. It's just like a giant eye. Not like eyeball, but the letter I? So this is going to be a very specific regional Canadian thing. Is anybody here familiar with the energy drink Beaver Buzz? It's a Canadian energy drink, and they have their motto, "It's damn good," on all the cans. And there's been, like, you know, kind of a lot of Timberborn references and, like, beaver jokes in the chat. Whenever people mention dams, I just think about that thing. You're ordering that? I mean, I don't know how widely they ship. I know that you can order it by the case. Pretty sure it's like a Vancouver-based company, too. No see to make your wife roll her eyes. I mean, hey, if it works, Jody, it works. If it gives you entertainment, more power to you. So I'm going to have to turn off the other end of this to finish this. When it comes to dumb energy drink things, the energy drink Bang did a lot of marketing at TwitchCon for a couple of years in a row there. And I will never forget, it was like TwitchCon and PAX. Just walking onto the floor, kind of hungover, rather sleep deprived, very tired. Coming around a corner, talking to a friend of mine, and just hearing in my ear, because I hadn't seen them at all, a lady's voice shout, "Wanna bang?" really loudly, and then turn around and then just seeing a lady in a bikini. That is just stuck in my head forever. I hope they were paying those ladies well. I did take the energy drink, but it was free. So, you know, I was tired. It like didn't help that I was like not even remotely awake and already very hungover and like, what? I think was my answer. I was like, oh shit, free. It's like kind of the oh shit, free Red Bull kind of feeling, but it was Bang brand. It kind of, I don't know, tasted like gummy bears. It wasn't very good. And almost 4 months now. Good for you, Mark. Good for you. Also, Mark, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I have a Tommy Wiseau emote. So I appreciate your username. We're almost there. Slow and steady wins the Dwarf. Oh, I also realized I screwed these up. Need to deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Just at the end so that power can transfer up. And I need to go all the way across here. Shouldn't use whatever material, because otherwise this will bug me for all eternity. Need to quit smoking ASAP. I felt that about smoking joints last year. There was a point where I was pretty consistently waking up in the morning and coughing, and I was like, uh-oh. it's time to stop! And I stuck to it. And now I smoke a joint maybe once, I don't know, every 8 weeks or so. It's like exclusively a concert thing now when I want to share. So if I know enough people that are going to a concert, I will bring a joint, but that's about it. You know, I've gone a week or two without caffeine. And I have to say this about caffeine. I don't think that the negative impacts on my life from caffeine are worth the positives that I gain, like, from quitting it. Like, as long as I finish my cup of coffee before, like, 2 p.m., I don't have trouble sleeping because of it. And as long as I don't, like, overdrink caffeine, like, as long as I'm not drinking energy drinks or, like, whatever the fuck this sludge is, it doesn't really negatively impact me. Whereas, like, I've had other habits in the past, like, drinking is one of them, that I've had issues with on and off most of my life, at least as an adult, where there's definitely a lot of negatives, and they're definitely obvious, and I try to minimize them. But at like the same time, that is like a hard thing to stop doing. Like it's a difficult process to quit that or to not drink for X amount of time. It isn't a difficult process for me to, or rather, but the reward from not doing it is worth it. Like with not smoking weed or not drinking, I save a lot of money and I feel better. If I stop drinking coffee, life is just less fun. Which maybe means it's a really bad habit, but like, I'm more productive if I've had some coffee. It's like a major part of my morning. And without it, I feel like my morning is like completely disrupted and like incomplete. It like I gain a lot of positive things out of more positive things than negative things out of having coffee. I think the biggest negative thing I get out of coffee is like, if I have it too late in the day, it keeps me up. So I don't know. I don't think I'll ever really give up coffee. I will say I did cut back my caffeine a lot. I've talked about this many times where like, especially when I worked in restaurants, on average, I was drinking like between 2 and 6 energy drinks a day. That's just worth of caffeine. Like it wasn't always in energy drinks. It was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 large cups of coffee when I worked in fast food from McDonald's, plus like what's it called? Other sources of caffeine. I was drinking a lot of coffee at one point and had a lot of caffeine intake at one point. So like, when I think about it that way, I've cut back a lot on my caffeine intake, and I think that that's more valuable in the long... I'm just trying to get these doors out of here. I think that that's more valuable in the long run than, like, quitting it outright, is just reducing it. Like, keeping it a reasonable amount of intake is, like, all I really need. And that's an almond door. And these I can just get rid of. Oh no, certainly. Like that caffeine problem I had was 100% self-medicating for ADHD. At least I picked coffee to self-medicate with and not something harsher. But like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the positives I gain out of having coffee around is just better. Oh, totally. Yeah, no. Kidney stones are pretty brutal. They're actually allied with us, Snatcher, and you've said that in every single stream that I've done since I started this fort. You've said that at least once. They're still allied with me. They traded with me earlier this year. I also haven't complained about it yet. You mean pills, Baruz? I mean, I do think that, like, my mental strangeness is a large part of the reason why I ended up working for myself, but just want to move this door so it's not stuck there for all eternity. All right. I have to turn this off. And let's do copper mechanism. Just one. I am, in fact, going to try and dam the river. So this is all stopped pumping now. The river itself is now refilling. Oops. So now all I need to do is I need to finish placing the pumps. I need to engrave... Well, I'll just fortify the walls to let the water flow through and off the map. And then I just need to power the pumps, and then we're good to go. And I need an on-off switch. That's it. And then we're there. I'm doing all right, Lald. Yourself? Wait, hold up. I need to read that message that you just said. Also, Nomad, hello. If something in this fort goes wrong, can we call it a pump operator or a plumber? Yes. Aren't those the same things in Dwarf Fort, though? One of your friends quit smoking and his first reaction was, oh my god, food tastes so much better. Oh my god. I mean, I used to pretend that I smoked when I worked in food service just so that I could go outside and just hang out with people who smoked profusely on the job. But yeah, I'm kind of like in the same boat there. It's like I don't really know how people eat food or, oops, and also smoke profusely like that. Seems bad for the actual gig. Do we name a dwarf Mario then? I mean, I should name this goblin Pincushion. Sorry, goblin. My Mark's dwarves all up here just turned him into a pincushion. More like twig pile actually, because most of those are wooden bolts. Everybody needs a break. Yeah, it's like normalize take 5 in the cooking industry, you know? Or food service industry in general. All right, everybody, take 5. It's just what we need more of in society in general. All right, so getting all this done. I was gonna say, genuinely, how are they actually getting? Are they just gonna climb down? Actually, don't know how they're gonna get through because this got constructed. Oh, I see how they're doing it. They're just gonna walk around the front. Here they come. Esmeralda? That's a very posh name for a cat. Actually, I don't think I have any cats in the fort. I was gonna say, could I name a cat Esmeralda? I don't. Darn it. Esmeralda does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. She tends to think before acting, and she finds obligations confining. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And she doesn't often feel envious of others. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She is very humble, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She can handle stress, and she sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She can easily fall into love and develop positive feelings, and she rarely feels discouraged. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. She likes horn silver and horn silver silver. Oh, sorry. She likes horn silver, also silver. Horn silver and also silver. Brown jasper and NAF paper, as well as the color emerald. The words of the chip of sisters and the sound of the bronze diamond and the sight of the petals of cavarding, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer and hates hamsters and has a pet guinea hen. Welcome to the fort. Also, I'm dumb. And we'll have to rebuild that in a sec. And I just need to deconstruct this and then reconstruct it. Because turns out I screwed up. Hunched Dwarf of Nature River. Why don't we call it the Hunched Dwarf of Nature Dam? Let's just spell it damn. As in like, damn, nature. Or if we feel like being silly, then we could call it the Hunched Dwarf of Nature. Damn it! That's what we call it when I make a mistake. So, I'm sorry to this enormous corkscrew right there, but you're just going to be invisible forever now. I don't want to know that you're there. This is also kind of making my life difficult here. I didn't really think this through. A human caravan has arrived. Great. And also ghosts are still tormenting my dwarfs. Let's try this again. I'm sure there's a reference in there somewhere, Celestaris, and I don't get it. Oh. The En Azkob, Ison Venom, Anur, Emad, has come. A giant monster with 2 heads. Excellent. Let's turn it also into a stick cushion. I mean, pin cushion. I mean... Ooh, what is that? This is a copper spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned magnetite cabochons I like how they made... Okay, so they had magnetite, and they made the magnetite into gems, and then they encrusted the copper spear with magnetite instead of, like, making an iron spear. Anyway, it's a ceremonial item, okay? Just don't worry about it. This is a copper spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushioned magnetite cabochons and decorated with dingo bone, and encircled with bands of spore tree. Typical human mistake. This creature killed Tekud Fortress splashed the boredom of breaching. And also killed Toulon, the prestigious famine. Good names. Wonder of Cherishing is this creature's name. First dwarf collides with it, who's Contraman. Contraman already has a steel spear, which is far superior to that pathetic copper toy. But is dueling with the creature by stabbing it in the right head, not the wrong head, with her steel spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain in the right head. So its right head is now mindless. There's a very real chance that my dwarf falls into the river, but it's now lost its ability to stand. It's winded. It can no longer breathe. Bolts are starting to fly. And it seems that Contraman is successful in their killing. Well done there, dwarf. And as for that spear... I'm going to give it to Elfie. I really did not need to make my life so difficult this way, did I? Why did I do this? If I just didn't dig through these, this would have been easy and kind of a non-issue. But because I dug through these, it's making my life difficult. I could just ignore this one, but that would also, like, be a bit of a liability. It'll be fine. Mark's dwarves, I've never seen them friendly fire. You can intentionally friendly fire in adventure mode, but I've never seen them friendly fire. I was waiting for that to happen. Oh, are you gonna climb back up? Oh, look, he climbed back up. Great. Fuck it. You know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna put a singular tile right here and stop wasting pieces for nothing. Actually, you know what? Putting a tile here would probably be enough, but then I'll have to deconstruct it later. I'm just gonna put a wall piece here. Fuck it. It's just one pump. I could fix this later if I really care, but currently I kind of don't. My mayor, Devoted Mortal, has been reelected. And then after this, there's only one more thing I gotta do. So only one more thing I gotta do. So, No Name has to bail. Thanks for hanging out, No Name. Chat room, it is time for us to begin the most important moment of the next 25 minutes. I have to connect that to a lever. Once connected to a lever, I can then pull it. It's very important. Which will turn off all these pumps. It's time to feed the kitty. That's very important. You should always remember to feed the kitties. But also, that wall's built, so it doesn't actually matter if I can't turn it off. So I will just connect this right now anyway. I hope this works. I think you can connect to the back of them. So let's just hope this works. Because this is generating 1700 power and that needs 830. You did feed Esmeralda today? That's good. I would hope that you did. So what do you think, chat? Is Dam 2 going to be as successful as Dam 1? So far, so damn. I have bad news, though. This is going to kill Poutine Jr. So, pour one out to the other giant sponge. Good night, sweet sponge. You 13-year-old bastard. As all my dwarves go to war with the ravens once more. The death of a sponge. Sleep well, sweet sponge. If only it knew how to swim. If only it knew how to swim. And just like that, we have the whole dam dammed. I could actually turn on the other half to speed this up. For funsies. You know what? Screw it. I'm actually going to use the moist lever and just make it into the very moist lever. So we either have them both on or them both off. Although this one's already off again. Because it's like running out of water for power very quickly. Because this is all down to 5. So once this all hits here, it's just going to be done. Look at that. Look at how quick we are draining this. So that's the remainder of what this top one has. Whenever those turn on, they turn over and pump out a bunch more water. But this one's doing all the work. That's it. Which means if I want, I could build Dwarf Atlantis in this river. A riverbed Atlantis, if you will. Oh my god, I haven't seen that command in a while. Heuristic viewers, what are you looking for? Dwatlantis? Dwat is what you say if you're a Looney Tunes cartoon and something bad happens. Dwat. Also, I kind of sort of maybe screwed this up a wee bit. I mean, it's generating enough power, but only barely. And the issue is, I made this like one tile too close. So the actual smart thing to do right now would be to turn this whole fucking thing off. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Just going to see if I can get this body. And then just move this, like, 1 tile south. That's all I really need to do. Let's just move it 1 tile south. Or even to, like, this side over here and 1 tile south. Actually, I could do it that way. That would actually be way easier. Because then all I need to do is go across, across, and then across. And then turn the whole thing off. And then move down to there. So I'm just going to forbid everything down in here because this is actually currently a little bit of a liability. Just so that nobody goes and runs in there and does something stupid. But I'm just going to move these down 1. Uh-oh. Sodell the dwarf has been found dead. They found him dead, finally. Oh no, why are you in here, dwarf? That's silly. Okay, fine. The problem is this whole thing's going to shut off in a second, so let's actually just get all these dwarves inside. Remove this from the burrow. Add this to the burrow. Wait for this to finish getting connected. I really wonder what our swimming skills are now. Novice. Not bad. The irony of a dwarf being a novice swimmer that's rusty at swimming is kind of really funny. Because it means like, oh, you're novice at swimming, but you're also rusty. It's like, well, so are you a novice because you're a novice? Or are you rusty because you're a novice? Or are you rusty because, like, you're literally rusted from being in water? I'm literally just going to move this down 1 tile and then move everything over. That is how I'm going to do this. Okay, so you up here, pull that, which shuts the whole thing off. Refills the whole river. Drains up here. Deconstruct you. Bring over applewood logs. Although actually, I could just go all the way right there. Because you can connect, what are they called? You can connect pumps to these axles. And then I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Swimming guilds are not a thing in Dwarfort. Not every possible skill has a guild associated with it. As chat always finds out and gets sad when they realize that no, you cannot in fact make a Guilder's Guild. As much as you may want, unfortunately it doesn't exist. It's like you can cry about it all you would like, but unfortunately, it just doesn't exist. A Swimmer's Guild would be goated, though. I think a Farming Guild would be more likely to be goated, or like a Cheesemaker's Guild, because they might actually work with goats. Whereas I don't think I don't think a Swimmer's Guild would. You know, sometimes I acknowledge and like play along with like Zoomer or Gen Alpha speak, and then sometimes I just completely wholeheartedly reject it to the point where I make myself sound dumb. Because I think it's funny. Oh, true. Yeah, that is just the whole fort. Yeah. Like, what's the opposite of anonymous chat? Dwarf Fortress is whatever the opposite of Alcoholics Anonymous is. Alcoholics Acceptance? I don't know. Alcoholics Public House. Alcoholics in Public. We'll just go with that. All right, so you're now generating 1400 power. That's plenty. Let's turn this sucker back on. A frat party, sure. The water go whoosh. So chat room, how was your weekend? What were you guys up to this past weekend? I spent a lot of time editing, not enough time sleeping, and I went to a concert that was pretty fun. Hope you had a good weekend too. Alcoholics Alliance, there you go. Alcoholics Presumed. Yeah, okay. So it's still doing the same thing. I'll just make more. It'll be fine. It's just Louisiana. Sorry for all the people who live in Louisiana. All right, well, let's turn the burrow off. And see if we can't get this dwarf's body out of here. This is what we've been working towards for this entire fort. Well, for the last 2 streams of this fort. This right here. Bear witness to the glory of this dwarf walking through the water to pick up a body. Look at that. This ghost has been, well, is one of 2, actually, who's been tormenting us for years at this point. And now we can finally... Oh, you fell asleep. Get these dealt with. So that's 1. Obok.
The generic dwarf cheered. X100. No dwarf left behind.
It took us a while, but we're getting to it. We got Cole's body. Got Libash, who's the dwarf that just rose as a ghost. Who's like, haha, I have risen from the dead to haunt you. Never mind. That's 2. Stop pushing them in the well? Something has to be shoving them in the well. I'm not sure how you are getting them to go into the well to drown in the first place, so I don't actually know how to help you there. In the mud, welding optical fibers. Have to save children from the lack of internet. I'm getting fiber, or the 25 gigabit fiber, capable fiber installed in my building, like sometime this month. We just got confirmation that it's happening last night, so be excited. Be excited. I'm glad that something so silly can be inspiring. That's how you know you succeeded in life, when people are like inspired by your silliness. Like you're goofing off and people are inspired and it's like, wow. I'm either doing something very wrong in life and really need to shoot higher, or I'm doing something very right. I'm just going to actually deconstruct and reconstruct this coffin because we've got a problem here. So I've got a coffin with one body in it. I think DF Hack actually probably screwed this up somehow. Okay, so that coffin's been unbuilt and rebuilt? I don't understand why this is happening. I'm just going to destroy this. Or unassign that, I guess. Let's see where you put it. That river claimed way too many dwarves. It's a very hungry river. This is a new one for me. Hold on. Never seen them fail to put bodies in a coffin like this. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, that's not what I thought it said. Where's Labash's skeleton? Labash Cadol. Huh. So do you have two? Oh. I get it. Yeah, I'm blaming DF Hack on this. I've ended up with multiple dwarves assigned to the same tomb. That's kind of causing problems. I get what's happening. Or multiple dwarves assigned to different tombs. And now this bit of it is like no longer capable of being put in here. I'm just going to dump it and just destroy it. Just going to do it that way. Because the ghost has already been dealt with, but like that's just bizarre. I've never seen that happen before. Let's wait for the dwarf to come over here and dump that. Lunk. All right, so this half is now done and no longer draining, and this half is still draining. You're producing enough power, barely. And in a moment, well, actually I can do it right now, I think. I can go all the way across here and construct those. Just to double up the power, because why not? And that is the dam project completed. And it did damn well, if I do say so myself. Let's try and make this thing less fucking dangerous, shall we? Because right now it's still pretty fucking dangerous. This is going to bug me. Okay, so instead of that, I'm just going to do this in the middle here. And I'm going to do walls across to there. And then in front of you, let's do almond and almond. And then I'm going to do another layer on top and maybe a second layer on top because I'm a little bit concerned about enemies using this as an entrance. I'm proud of myself, chat. Nobody said it couldn't be done, but I'm sure somebody thought it. I know I did. And yet, here we are. We did it. Holy shit buckets. God damn. We did it. That's actually kind of wild. That was like excessively over-engineered. But now the most common Dwarf Fortress statement. Fucking now what? I think, like, looking at this, the only thing that really seems logical to me is I expand this all the way across, do my damnedest to put a roof on it, wall off the top on both ends, so that things can't really climb down, or so that it's harder for them to climb down. And, build the base in here. Why not? What do you think? I mean, I have this huge farming area now if I deconstruct this end. Look at that. I mean, hell fucking yeah. I mean, assuming I deconstruct this, it's not at risk of, like, powering on and causing problems. Oh, actually, speaking of wells, I no longer have a well. Because my well is now, like, you know, an issue. You can't really poison wells, no. We were kind of talking about this earlier, but poisons are not really a... They are a thing in Dwarf Fortress, but they're not really a thing that the player can interact with. For better and for worse. I think it's probably for the best, but... You're more figuratively speaking? Yeah, fair enough. But anyways, what keeps happening? Who keeps attacking you? Let me scroll back up in this chit-chat here. You have 2 rivers on the map, and the second one is 8 levels higher, and there is a goblin city upstream the first river. Can you block the rivers and flood the annoying goblins? Not from your fortress, no. No, you cannot do that. It's one of those things that, like, seems like it should be possible, but the game doesn't really account for it. I kind of wish you could, though. But, yeah, you can't. What you could do is attack them. But, like, flooding or changing, like, what rivers do isn't going to affect the overworld. There's a lot of really old stories about rivers, about flooding rivers and, like, destroying civilizations that way. And the reality of, like, how the game works is, like, pretty different from, like, the fantastical ideal of how it could work. Especially when it comes to, like, you know, damming rivers and stuff. It would be really neat if it did. Then you will be able to. I mean, my advice would be to, if you have a big river, build a couple pumps, make a similar setup to this, and build a really large water cistern, and just simply drown the enemies that try to invade you. I mean, if they like can't get to you without drowning, then like they aren't going to be much of a threat to you now, are they? That's the way I see it, anyhow. How are we doing on logs? Plenty! Okay, I can go back to making wooden blocks. Let's just make 5 hundo. Because I really want to turn this entire trench into a dwarven city. That's what I want to do. Although one of the first things I need to do, actually, after saying that idea out loud, is I need to deconstruct these 2 stairs right here and get rid of this. Because right now that is a very dangerous entrance to the city. I mean, the fortress. Yeah. I'm going to give a couple dwarves picks because I'm sure there's some picks available now. I could also like floor all this off all the way over to there, but let's deconstruct you so that there's no risk of this turning back on. And let's start farming. I mean, like, you want, like, too much farming space? Here you go. Look at that beaut. It's more farming space than I could ever fucking need, ever. Just period. I also need a way out. Thinking around here somewhere, maybe? Or maybe expand on this. I think that'll just count that as an invest 10. Lol. Yeah, anyway, there's a very real chance that this fortress becomes like a ridiculously over-engineered drowning setup. Not to forget, once the river is totally drained, it's all farming grounds. Are riverbeds farmable? Need soil or mud, so no. River is not technically soil, so I would need to put flooring in there, flood it, and then drain it. I would need to do that. So unfortunately, I don't think that's quite the case, actually. It's generating so much fucking power, it's ridiculous. Okay, so what is growable down here? Let's do asparagus year-round. What else do we have? Let's do strawberries year-round. Damn right. Gonna have to stop cooking all these seeds, though. I keep scrolling on the wrong thing. Let's go Fisher berries. This is a little bit ironic given the fortress. And rope reeds. I can't scroll properly. Well, I'm gonna need to restrict farming jobs now, I think. I mean, look at that. Good God. I think I'm just going to deconstruct these. And this will also give me enough extra pumps that I could do some real shenanigans. Because now I've got all of these extra pumps lying around. I mean, glorious. What shall I ever do with all these? I can fill this whole thing in and maybe get the mud out of here. I don't know. Deconstruct it, reconstruct it? I thought I just saw a ghost. No, okay. It's like a mandatory volunteer hour thing everybody has to plant. Community service, if you will. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Not bad. It's nice for this fortress to have some success because, holy shit, it's been very minimal up until this point. So I'm thinking I do something like this. What if I do that, and then I go ramps. To me, this... Okay, so to me, these dwarves are like, as I've described them before, like Luddites, right? This situation that the fort's in right now is absolute proof that their idiocracy is correct, as far as I'm concerned. Because they are now in a situation where they've achieved greatness. They have built a structure at the bottom of a river by damming it and presumably creating a huge lake back up there. And I'm now constructing it, and that's now my front door. Or it's going to be my front door. It's not yet, but it will be. The problem is, enemies could still attack me from above. Which is not good. But this could look really cool when it's done. This could look really cool when it's done. Chat, do you have any ideas in your head for things that you could build in Dwarf Fortress that you're like, I will never put the time in to actually do that, but man, that would be really cool. This is like the sort of thing that I think about when I'm like, yeah, I would never actually put the time in to do that. This sort of thing. It's like, dam a river this big and then build a fort in it. And considering, like, we've been getting attacked by agitated wilds more or less the entire fort. to me, that in and of itself is like kind of amazing that we've made it this far. If it looks cool, who cares if it works, right? I mean, okay, so right now, if I get attacked from the surface, we're just fucked. Like, straight up, we're just fucked, man. I think... Okay, so... I should probably put a roof on this around this level. Which means effectively, I need to roof off... I'm just using this as like a selector to show you. I need to roof off all of this. And I need a roof all the way along here. And on top of this. All the way down. But that'll give us 3 Z levels to work with. Which is kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. And because I'm dumb, of course I'm going to want to, like, you know, color coordinate it, right? With fall bridge and traps and all that stuff. You will never do it, though. You know what might actually be better? Any tips for finding them? Go to the overworld and look for them. So this is a normal river. This is a major river. There is like a noticeable difference in the overworld. They're usually in lowlands. They're usually in high moisture areas where it rains a lot, like swamps, marshlands, that kind of thing. You don't generally see them in dry places. You tend to see them in areas that are very like rainforesty. They're often on heavy aquifers. This one isn't. They're almost always in untamed wilds. But like that's one. I increased rainfall in this world. Uh-oh. I'm an idiot. Stop doing that. Why do I keep doing this to myself? I fucked it up again, chat. I really need to block this off. It's actually what I need to do. Okay, so I need to turn this sucker off again. Hold up. But it's okay. We can work on all these constructions while this is fixing itself. And hopefully nobody drowns. Although, the good news is this dwarf is very happy currently being near a waterfall. But also, apparently I'm out of brews? What? Excuse me? Ew. Out of brewable plants. Well, that'll do. That'll do it. That'll do us. Thankfully, we'll have plenty soon. This is going to be great for moods. Maybe a little dangerous, but... Uh-oh. Hey, Dwarfs, let's turn on the burrow. Because this is about to get V danger. V big danger. Into fort go you. There about to be big water coming. Yeah, there you go. You walk away. Much safer. Same with you. You also walk away. Big tidal wave incoming. Yes, no, we are very much not at risk of running out of water. That is the truth. Water everywhere and not enough beer to drink. At the very least, this isn't pushing anybody off the edge yet. Okay. it might fight me? I mean, you're probably right. Same with, like, some macro beer company. Well, the good news is all this water's almost out. So what I guess what I can do now is I can go across here and do this. Just let the rest of it fucking drain. Because what I need to do is I need to go up to here. And I need to basically put a wall along here. And then just wall this off. Bah! A Dwarf caravan has come. Please don't mind our water park. Admission is free. Exit is difficult. It's very, very wide. All right, well, I will say, all of my oopsies in this fort haven't made the fort uninteresting yet. It's certainly lived up to its name in that regard so far. All right, well, this is almost done draining, so that's good. What could possibly go wrong? There's an angry raven over there, I think. Ah, no, it's just a crow. What do you think, Chad? Is that dwarf going to fall, or are they going to successfully construct this? Nope, they made it. All right. Then I just need to do the rest of these, and then that. Okay. And then we can turn this sucker back on and redrain it. Another child was born. Against our better judgment. Ooh, I thought you fell off there for a second there, dwarf. Done, done. And the last one. This could very easily have ended with a dwarf just falling in and going splat. And done. Sweet. So now that I've got all that done, I can now go all the way over to here and turn this sucker back on. Which, as soon as that gets pulled, this will turn into gushers. Right there. Which begins the water draining again. And I can keep deconstructing all of this and not worry about this reflooding because I have removed all of the problem tiles. I wonder if we're going to get more teasers soon for this siege stuff. Because I don't know if any of you guys have looked at the future of the fortress, but Tarn did post that he is now starting, or I guess as of the 1st of this month, starting on the catapult and ballista rewrites. Which I'm presuming will probably, quote unquote, be quicker than making whole new siege equipment. I just want to know what those sprites look like more than anything. Or if they're getting new sprites, or if they're going to look the same aesthetically, but just be mechanical changes. I'm bloody curious about the whole thing. I don't know if they're going to be automatic ballistas, but I'm curious to see what they do to ballistas. Like, I'm really curious to see how they're going to let you aim ballistas. Like, real curious to see how that's going to work. Let's just go over here and deconstruct this. Let's turn off the burrow again. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I mean, I'm sure they already have new sprites. So, I need everybody's opinion on this. This is from Terra Blue in the YouTube chat. Is it me, or does Blind look like Ryan Reynolds? No, I don't think so. Normally I get Linus Tech Tips, so that's a new one for me. Alright, so Twitch chat has confirmed it. Terra Blue, it's just you. That's kind of what I thought, yeah. Because I don't think I look like Ryan Reynolds. Who is Ryan Reynolds? Deadpool. Local billionaire. Is he a billionaire? Very wealthy man. The only real similarity I have to Ryan Reynolds is we're both Canadian. Deadpool is streaming Dwarf Portrait. That's a funny thought. Although I've been told by a number of people who would know that Benedict Cumberbatch plays a lot of World of Warcraft. So there are certainly like celebrities that like random video games that you probably like. Same with like Steven Spielberg, who's like widely known to be a video game enjoyer of sorts. There are people too. I know, right? Shockers. Although, I still think that the realest celebrity gaming moment of all time is Snoop Dogg turning on Madden, turning on his Twitch channel to stream Madden, and then stopping after like a couple of minutes and rage quitting after after disconnecting from a match. And then leaving the stream and the game running for the next 19 hours. It's maybe the most, oh wow, they're human too, things I've ever seen. Like, imagine being the guy who was playing against him. Like, imagine just beating Snoop Dogg. And then making Snoop Dogg rage quit. Actually, I think the second most video game player moment was when I saw that clip of T-Pain's daughter running in while he was streaming Battlefield and her asking him if he was going to be like Markiplier. And he goes, well, no, honey, because he's actually famous. Wait, what? Really? Pilot? That's funny. Wasn't he muted as well? Oh, I don't know if he was muted. No idea about that, but... That's going pretty good, Bob. How about yourself? I'm just over here trying to fix my very damp fortress. My very, very, very damp fortress. Some more goddamn migrants have arrived despite the danger. Fucking fuck. Okay, well, good news is I have a roof here, and this is probably a pretty good place for some housing. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on this for a couple more minutes, and then I'm just going to make this into housing. Dwarves can just live here. This seems like a place where dwarves would live. What do you think, chat? And if you disagree, don't worry. I don't agree with your disagreement. I am using my creator privilege to veto any disagreements and ignoring your opinions. I think this is a great place for dwarven housing, personally. Look at all these bedrooms. It's glorious. And then what I can do is I can go across the top here. Let's just use hazel. And hazel. It's my brand new farmer housing. And then I'm just going to go across. Just go boop, 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 boop. Ba-da, boop, boop, boop. Now we just need to give them a little bit of time to build it. But they're working on it. Wait, why are we looking at this photograph? What exactly does Chad Kruger have to do with this? They say, greetings from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. You know, they appreciate my skills of building this dam and are offering me royalty. And I'm sitting here looking at this and going, how the fuck would I ever satisfy the needs of a baron? They would need such a big bedroom. Holy shit. Chad, I'm going to let this one up to you. What do you think? Ads are about to run. Oh, we're in an ad break. You have the duration of the ad break to tell me if we should accept this or wait until next year. What do you think, chat? River Dwarves more like Drum Original. It doesn't really matter the shape of the building. Mark. You know, chat, I hate to tell you. People seem to want a baron. It seems like people want a baron. I would like to wait until next year. But a true river home is not afraid of a challenge. The showers are guaranteed and come with the process. There's two types of people in chat, Ordstein. There's people who are like, building above ground? Not in a mountain? Heresy! And then there's people who are like, you know, I think like building a tower would be pretty peak. It's like, but, make up your damn mind. Huh? Sorry, my YouTube dashboard looks entirely different. Oh, shit! You want to know what's awful, but also amazing? YouTube now has like a default option for me to stream horizontal and vertical at the same time. So I'll show up in your shorts as well. That's fucking terrifying. I'm sorry in advance. Wetter the better. Good to know. Good to know. Well, I'll accept it. I'm not going to give it to Agitated Giant Wild Boar. I'm going to give it to Devoted Mortal, because I think Devoted Mortal is currently my mayor. And if I give it to Devoted Mortal, I know that they're not pissed off at me. Their demands are not ridiculous. And I like them because they're the one that I've built this entire fortress around with their dumb mindset of knowledge is dumb. I don't know what to ask for. I'm just going to ask for iron bars, steel bars, large gems, and cheese. One of those is easy. The other one is large gems. I guess I can make gems out of unrelated things, but... I just wish they would stop upscaling my shorts using AI, because it makes me look really creepy and I don't like it. Like, genuinely. If I could just, like, point at YouTube and be like, hey, could you just stop forever? Thanks. It would be that. Because it actually genuinely distresses me. On, like, a personal level. That wouldn't work here. The highest level miner, that's an interesting piece of, or way to do it. Logic, I guess, is maybe the word I was using, or looking for. Basically, I want to put a wall piece here, a wall piece here, wall piece here, and a wall piece here, and then a wall piece here, and a wall piece here. That's what I'm going to do. So let's wait for you to build that first piece, and then we can do this, and this, and this, and this. Then that, and then that. And then that'll more or less get the water out of here. And then I can go all the way across here. And I can fill this whole thing in with blocks, basically. Because I want this aquifer to stop leaking into here. Bath? Ooh. Excuse me? Sure, I get it, you fell, but... How? There's no reason to go there and just whee! I mean, good job? I guess. Yikes. Oh well. I don't really know what to do with that information. I think maybe... That's all hazel. Let's just go across here and do something like this. And I think we'll just make a very roundabout method of getting rid of you. That's... There is no way to sort by swimmers in Dwarf Fortress's jobs, so I would literally have to go through 152 dwarves to find the best swimmer, and I'm just not going to do that. It doesn't really matter on who is or who isn't, but I guess that would be the nearest equivalent, sure. I'm just going to do this so that dwarves are less likely to go splat again. I mean, there's one way that we could sort by swimmers, and that's throw all of the dwarves into a really big pool, but I feel like that would just end with me having a couple of dwarves left. Probably not great for overall fort survivability. Which obviously is something I'm an expert in, clearly. You okay over there, Dwarf? I'm guessing no. Sort them by I won't miss them. I mean, like if I'm being picky about a Baron, usually I just select whoever makes sense to the fort itself at the time. But if I'm actually being picky about a Baron, usually what I do is I go for a Dwarf that doesn't have ridiculous requests or demands or likes, I guess, and dislikes. And or a Dwarf that just makes sense based on like this story that the fort has told so far. The mayor currently just makes the most sense, so I'm just gonna go with the mayor. I'm still not sure how this dwarf died, but... The Great Swim Filter is what you're saying. It's like a pool filter, but for dwarves. I keep seeing this dwarf and thinking they're a ghost. Oh hey! They've finally been missing for a week. We're almost there. Just need this built. Which will be real soon. Because they're finishing the last of this up. And then I just need to build over to here and here. It'll be fine. Won't take too long. And then I can just gather that body up, because... lol. Alright, so over here, let's go Hazel. Hazel. And then right there, Hazel. Uh-oh, we must be getting attacked by giant animals again. And I need another temple. Man, it really sucks to be this dwarf, eh? Imagine being this dwarf. Like, this dwarf's just going like, well, I guess it's just my week now. If I, like, deconstruct one tile above you, can you get out? We'll see. Because there's just so many construction jobs, like, your existence is, like, the lowest priority thing. That's all willow. Let's just fill this all in with sand pear. At least he's got water. I mean, yeah, there's no concern about drowning. She's definitely not gonna drown. She's definitely not going to drown. That much is for sure. It's like the one real true perk of being stuck right there in particular. As well, you're not gonna drown. It would help if I selected Hazel the first time, which is what I'm trying to select. You know, it would be much faster if I just deconstructed this wall. Do you ever, like, find yourself doing something, like, ridiculously time-consuming for absolutely zero logical reason in this game, or is it just me? Because I feel like half the time I'm doing something just, like, ridiculously overcomplicated for absolutely no logical reason whatsoever. In fact, most of the time, I feel like I'm doing something just completely ridiculously overcomplicated for no logical reason. Okay, that got canceled for some reason. I don't even know why. That's description fits doing anything in DF? I guess so. Or maybe just like... Wasn't expecting that. The hillocks of Buff. You know, honestly, there is many jokes in this name. The hillocks of Buff Paddled. They're canoeing here, folks. That or that's like an anime shipping joke. It's one of the two, and I'm not sure which. Has been founded nearly a day to the southeast, incorporated into your holdings. Would you look at that, chat? Shoutouts to the citizens, the brave citizens of Buff Paddled. Truly one of the hillocks of all time. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Ashen. Well, paddles could be. Who says you need boats to also have paddles? Personally, I think you can have boats and paddles separately or together. You don't need one to have the other. Anyway, we're about to be able to go grab this dwarf's body. Ugh. You usually start, if you play as a dwarf or a dwarven faction in adventure mode, you usually start in a hillocks. They're like basically piles of dirt hollowed out. They're like surface farming settlements, mostly made up of very large farms. They ain't propelling no boat. They ain't propelling no boat, and I ain't afraid of no ghosts. All right, so this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, but I have no way of getting rid of this aquifer. This up here, so from here, 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 is an aquifer. I have two options. Curious to know what you guys think is the better option.
Dragon, Crypt Finger, Crypt Derplin.
I could build a tavern underneath it. It's option one. And just let the water flow all the way down. Or I could block it all off. Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the tier 3 for the 64th month. The month of a Nintendo console that was pretty good once. At one point in time, a long time ago, and probably didn't age all that well. I think I'm gonna make a tavern. Which requires me to do a few silly things. I have this weird feeling this is going to end with somebody falling and going splat. It's like, no way this ends well, but we'll see. I hope that you're doing well, Phineas. Thanks for all that you do. Also, that dwarf got out, so that's good. Whew, the game frame rate no like this much. I do have a shit ton of floor grates. So I guess that is kind of a perk of this setup currently. Is that because I have a shit ton of floor grates, there's something to build off of. The floor grates are mostly just there to stop dwarves from falling. And that's about it. Or making it like less of a big deal if a dwarf falls. Just trying to think how I can end this off. I guess probably up here. Throw one hazel block right there, hazel block right there, hazel block right there, and then block these two. I mean, they have a tavern, but it's tiny and kind of sucks. So I think we owe them a big tavern. So I could probably, and now like every single one of these layers is all just going to be like a nice misty walkway. Although, I mean, the way I could deal with this top layer actually is just concentrate this a little bit, maybe? Could be fine. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? I think this might be the most I've thought about Hazelwood ever while playing this game. Nope, didn't want hazel there. I do want hazel walls there. But I don't really want hazel floors. Really like the color of almond. Which I do actually have enough to do this with. And then it's just a matter of getting these last few pieces hooked up and getting all those grates put in place. And then this all there is ashen. Which is the wood that you shout out loud when you hurt your shin and shout, "Ashen!" Which I also have a ton of, which is nice. Okay, we've already got ramps and such. Good to hear, Phineas. Hello, Silas. Are we feeding sacrifice to the wave pool? It's no longer a wave pool. It's now a front door. A kind of damp one, but it's now a front door. It's no longer a wave pool. We've successfully dammed the entirety of this river. I'll have you know. I mean, look at this. It's now just a mandatory shower that you take upon walking through the front door. That's what it is now. And this is the actual construction that keeps the... I was going to say keeps the fort safe, but I don't actually think that's a good way of describing it. Keeps the fort from flooding? Yeah. Keeps the fort from flooding. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. I also need to make some hatch covers. It's a big-ass river. Yeah! The Big Donkey River, as we call it. Safe. Yes, sure. I mean, safe is a relative term here. As safe as something like this could be, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. Actually, I'm just realizing a problem here. I need to deconstruct those and change how those are laid out. Okay, so top side up here. Sure, let's just fill this up with a different material, because I keep unbuilding and rebuilding it. Willow and hazel. And I need that done. So that's the first priority. Then that's second priority. This is also a fort that, like, one of the reasons I'm kind of happy I'm doing this fort right now is I'm pretty convinced, and I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty convinced that it's not going to be possible to make this fortress after this update releases, or after the next update releases. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be possible to do it. Because after this next update, you know, how do I put this? It's going to be a lot harder to build above ground in general. At least I wouldn't be able to build... Based on my assumptions of how the siege changes are going to work, building a fortress like this will be significantly harder once that update is out. Which, of course, you know, we'll have to try that at some point, but... At least based on my current knowledge, this is the last time I will be able to build a fort like this. Especially out of wood. Yeah. Realistically, it'll probably still be possible, but it's going to be a very different kind of thing. Presumably, unless you know, disable a lot of how it currently works. Or a lot of how I would, or like disable a lot of the changes, I guess. Because you'll be able to turn them off in the options. It's going to be curious to see how things change and how much things change. Bring in some more beds. No. Bed. Let's just say 50. Actually, I need a lot of beds. Sure, it will be. Siege stuff will still be customizable, but being able to do this with, like, the default difficulty settings on for sieges or hard difficulty, I think this is not going to be a thing that I'll be able to do much longer, if nothing else. And that's all Willow. I'll be able to change how this works later down the line. Let's just do this right now. You'll have to read up on those changes. Basically, like, walls will be destroyable. Large enemy siegers will be able to destroy any walls. They'll be able to, like, like cave dragons and stuff will be able to destroy any walls. Trolls are going to have a new weapon, which essentially, from what we can tell, is going to allow them to mine, but slower than dwarves. Bridges are going to be destroyable. Doors are going to be much more destroyable. Raised bridges are going to be destroyable. The enemies are going to be able to scale walls and have more tools to do so. All kinds of things. And siege weapons are also getting reworked for us, the player. So, kind of a lot of stuff is happening, and there's a lot of questions in the air as to actually, like, how impactful it's going to be, and we won't really know until we see it. But there is a, like, to-do list and stuff that's public. But we don't, like, know exactly what it's going to look like when it's done just yet. I'm going to smooth these. Maybe not those, but those. I mean, the siege weapons are getting remade specifically to be useful. I mean, Mark's Dwarves are excessively useful right now, and if you haven't seen their full potential, then that's a you problem, but trust me, Mark's Dwarves are extremely strong right now in the current game. To the point where, like, I would almost say that they're a little bit too good in some ways, but... Oh, more necessary? Sure. I mean, actually, I would say that Mark's Dwarves, I know people like to call them archers, but I'm being specific here. Mark's Dwarves are, I would describe them as necessary right now when fighting Forgotten Beasts or Titans made of fire or any creature with webs. Because they more or less nerf the power of those creatures down to almost nothing. Like, they don't make them into literally nothing, but almost nothing. Like, they make them a significantly smaller problem. Like, right now, it's like, if you're having trouble fighting with, like, any creature that shoots fire, just grab, like, some steel bolts and just kill them. Yeah, making walls out of metal? Walls out of metal is going to be more of a thing, yeah. Clem Hazard, that is true. Moats will be more useful. But, like, the whole node digging concept is just going to be... I will have to experiment with the sieges for quite a bit before I can really figure out exactly how impactful that's going to be. Do we have a mayor? They are also my baron, and they're already named. These are my nobles, if you'd like to have a look-see. They are literally all named except for my militia commander there. Big Moth. I think it's time for you to be one of the peasants, perhaps. You'll take the commander. There's two kind of viewers, right? There's the people who are just like, I want to be the most useless dwarf in existence. And then there's the, I want to be the most important dwarf in the fort. And there's no middle ground, and I like it. It's funny. Moth. Hold on. I'm going to go change... What you're seeing right now is my pajama pants, which are red, reflecting up on my face. I'm just going to go Change how the blinds are oriented. There we go. That's better. I was getting a little silly. I looked over at my screen. I'm like, wow, I'm red. Holy shit. Speaking of red, Digmoth tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And he is trusting. He isn't particularly ambitious. He has little interest in joking around. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And he tends to consider what others think of him. He has a greedy streak, and he always scratches his head when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he's brave. I already read that. He likes gypsum and aluminum, as well as indigo tourmaline and clear glass and stingray leather. Giant stoat tooth and the color slate gray, and greaves and greaves, beds, and cavies for their 3 toes. I also like beds, so I respect this dwarf. Beds and cavies for their 3 toes. And the words of the Chip of Sisters, Impossible prefers to consume the giant Rias macaw and cranberry wine and hemp seed oil and finger millet flour, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Word. And you have, like, no friends, which really says a lot about how long you've been in the military. You've killed 1 white stork since arriving in the military. You've been here since the year 327. It's now the year 330. This is taking forever. I mean, I like naps, I like beds, I like sleeping. You know, chat, so true story about me. I have a twin XL size bed, which is pretty small, but I have a king size pillow. It is like wider than my bed. Just saying. Your neck deserves to be a king. What'd you miss? I have no idea when you left. And also, messing around with the dam and broke something in it earlier is, you're going to have to be more specific. I built a secondary dam, finished it, deconstructed most of the original one. I'm now farming in the basin of it, and I'm moving my beds, I'm moving deciding to move most of the fortress into the dam structure. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, no, king-size beds are entirely too large, but king-size pillows are pretty peak. I ate a croissant. I may have done that after you left. That's all I got, really, at the moment. Do you like the concept of this fort? It is like, it's a fun construction challenge, let me tell you. I'm just sitting here and crossing my fingers that the goblins don't attack me right now because I'm super exposed. Like, once we get all of this stuff sorted out, we will be in a much better spot. Like, once all these dwarves have bedrooms and things are a little bit more predictable, we will be in a much better spot. Yeah, I was going to say, that's just a dwarf. Or that's just a pillow. A dwarf-sized body pillow. Although, I don't own a body pillow. Just a king-size pillow. Not to be confused with a King of the Cosmos size pillow. That would be a very large pillow. And once again, the reason I manually assign these is so that I can then look at the dwarf list, and it says how many don't have bedrooms, because the ones that do have bedrooms are all listed as has quarters. So this gives me an idea of how many more I need to assign. And then going all the way along here and deconstructing this will allow me to swap it out with Hazel. Because I am trying to color coordinate these floors a little bit more. Not that it fucking matters, but I'm trying. I am in fact trying. I'm also trying to get rid of some of this mud. How does it look from above? I'll show you in a sec. Just kind of looks like this from above. Speaking of above. Oopsies, that is not the tool I wanted. Sorry. You didn't see anything, chat. I did not accidentally designate a whole bunch of stuff for digging. Please don't accuse me of trying to cheat the rules of this fort. I swear I am innocent. But yeah, this is what it looks like from above. And then if I scroll down and in, it looks like this eventually. And then this. Time to start over. I know. Fort ruined. GG. Sure, once it's done saving. Clockwork. But as somebody who rolls over in his sleep a lot, having a king-size pillow is nice because I don't roll off my pillow. Wait. So Death by Sleeping in YouTube chat says, what are you going to do about that one body? What one body? I don't know what one body you're talking about. Like genuinely? I'm not. Oh. Criminals. I wonder. Chat, do you guys think I could lock the front door? And then make them enter through the, you know, the river? Do you think? This dwarf being thirsty is very ironic. I mean, I've just finished the front door. It's not that many goblins. It's actually a pretty small siege, all things considered. How? Oh, I forgot that was a puddle. Oh, also the dwarf climbed out, so it's fine. Okay, I was slightly worried about that dwarf for a minute, but no longer really a concern. Yeah, no, that dwarf is good. I think I can probably seal this area off enough that we should be able to make them enter in that way. But like, this is a liability as an example. Like this right here. So I think what I need to do is just place a bunch of blocks along here. Then deconstruct all of these. Place a bunch of blocks in there and then build that into a wall. So that nothing can climb in there. Because right now that's a liability. I mean, I could just fill it in, but where's the fun in that? So I have a lot of, like, patching up of holes to do. But, like, if I patch up all of these holes, it's pretty likely we could end up in a pretty good spot. Also, for the dozenth time, wild boars are not war trainable, and they are not war trained. The wild boars will run away in fear if they are chased by, it'd be like trying to set cows on them, basically. Like, maybe if they're cornered, but they're not going to be super effective as, like, a defense tactic. And by that, I mean they're not going to be even remotely effective as a defense tactic. Sorry to disappoint, chat, but they're not. Wild boars will fuck you up in real life, sure, but Dwarf Fortress just has a lot of animals that, like, wild boars can be aggressive, but these are, like, basically dogs. Like, they're trained pets, more or less. So, real life be damned, that's kind of not what these are in this case. These are basically large, funny-looking dogs. But yeah, I would like to give these goblins a bath. That is, in fact, what I would like to do. I think that would be a lot of fun. I also love how dwarves can't build diagonally except for when they can sometimes. Okay, so that's a hole plugged. This is a concern, a major one. So let's get this built and get this filtered off. Because I want the easiest way for them to get into the fortress to just be to walk down to the river and walk in. Something I could do, though, is I could put a whole bunch of giant wild boars into one cage and then connect that cage to a lever and then pull it. What are we getting attacked by? It's gotta be something. Okay, so it's just some agitated ravens on the map at the moment. Okay, so now that's significantly harder to get into. All the way down to here is, in theory, safe. Actually, really just would like to do this. Oh. There's just no access to any of this. This makes me nervous. Like, really nervous. Let's just go up to here. Then I'll build a bridge there, and a bridge there, and then just wall all this off. Like, basically from, like, here all the way up to the top. Yeah, pigs are cuddle pets, not warrior. Battle bacon is a funny joke to make, but... And then obviously this is the biggest security concern. And then it's just a matter of, I guess, actually probably going along the bottom here and doing like that. Although maybe let's not do this out of hazel. Let's do this out of an ugly wood that I don't use very often. Bad. Okay. Like alder, maybe? Alder problems in one. Swap out some of those for fortified. What are you doing there, Dwarf? Picking up some equipment? Then the last thing I need to do is just fucking drown them. Okay, let's just watch some dwarves do constructing. As we finish up 24 really silly projects. I'm also going to go up to here. Do that. And that. All these dwarves running along the bottom of the river. Yeah, like I talked about this in my last news video. This is something I really hope gets kind of a rework. Because I don't actually like how this mechanic works right now. The parlays. Like, it's a neat idea as a mechanic, and I think I like it in concept. I just don't like how it's currently implemented. It's way too gamey and easy to cheese. Like, I made this offhanded comment in my last news video about this, where I was like, what if they asked for something that's like a little bit more reasonable than an artifact, like, I don't know, 5 children or something? And everybody's like, yeah, because that's less valuable than an artifact. I'm like, well, I could just go rescue them back, you know? It's much harder to get an artifact back. It's possible to get children back. It's not possible to get an artifact back, at least. Rather, it is possible. It's just way harder to get an artifact back. Anyways, I don't know. It seems like a much more reasonable trade to me. You deal with a bunch of problems, and I give you an artifact. All right. Speaking of artifacts, it's nearly done. Let's go across here. So now I need to hope that these goblins aren't smart. That's really what we need to hope. So, yeah. That's basically all I can think to really do at the moment, except for maybe this. And then once all that nonsense is constructed, then I think we can just send them in. Yeah, I hope this mechanic gets a little bit more weight put behind it, I guess. Or reason for it to exist the way it currently does. I love how they're all just crowded around the wagon. If I deconstruct that, that'll stop them from clustering up right there. So basically, I'm going to finish building this. And then we're going to let them in. And see who wins. Although I don't actually know why they're refusing to build these. But I do need to finish these. It's because I can't get to that one hazel block, that's why. Do you guys think that this river is going to work as a form of defense, chat? Yes or no? The siege update will take a while? Yes and no. I find that updates, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, it's usually a long period of silence, and then suddenly everything kind of happens all at once, and then it's out very quickly. So I don't know. I mean, it could take a while. It could be out in like the next 6 weeks. I have a feeling we'll have another incremental portion of it this year, but yeah, I'd be surprised if it's out before Christmas. I don't know how they're planning on rolling it out. Mockatality. Because, like... I actually don't know how to say your name. I know I've seen your name. I feel like your name is one of those names where I say it differently every time I read it. I think it depends. I have no idea what this has to do with anything, Ordenstein, aside from, yes, Greeks were sexist. No, it's the question of whether or not they're going to find a way into the fort that I've forgotten about more than anything, Literan. Moke? Okay. But I can do that. Yeah, anyway, I personally think that just, like... It'll either be out sooner than we all think. It depends on how much Tarn is showing, right? I will say one thing in regards to the siege stuff. I know a few things. I don't know when it'll be out. But I might have a bit of an idea. I think it might be out sooner than we expect. Based on what I've heard. Okay, now that is wild. Why is there, like, grass right there? Huh? Why is there clay right there? Oh, is it because I constructed something and deconstructed it? You know, actually, hold on, I wonder. Okay, I can't build a road. I guess I could just build a stone, like a wooden road. Stone road? Wooden road? All right, I just need this block filled. Christmas morning, got it. Sure, definitely. It'll be shadow dropped Christmas morning. You've heard it here confirmed. Clay time? What clay? Exactly. I mean, this is salty clay. It's not usable as clay. Silty clay. It's not fire clay or any of the other clays that are usable as clay. You can collapse something on it. How exactly? There's no dirt above it and I'm not allowed to dig. I mean, I could also just like build on it because like those were tiles that I built on earlier. So I presume that if I build and deconstruct, it'll make it usable as dirt. There we go. All right, so let's go up. Let's turn this on. Put everybody in the burrow. Let's wait a little bit. And also just double check and make sure that the borough includes all the areas that we need it to include. Let's also go down into here. Forbid everything down in there for logical reasons. Right, basically out of hazel. Which is fine for the most part. I can also deconstruct some of this, because why not? Peasant Jorah? Who's Jorah? Which one? Lady or boy? Or boy or girl? Blah, blah, blah. Male or female? Man or lady? Which one? Boy? Okay. Fortunately, I have two peasants. Jorah goofball. Basically what I'm saying is I kind of hope that they treat this one like an expansion pack release, like actually put some marketing behind it. He is not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. Oh, Jorah, not a problem. He is troubled by this. Dislikes the natural world. Wait, what? Sorry. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this because he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this as he values friendship. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he often feels nervous. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he often feels lustful. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is conflicted by this as he values perseverance. He finds this troubling since he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds this troubling because he values perseverance. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that before. He stretches his hand when he scratches his head, not stretches. Stretches his head. Yes, Mr. Fantastic. He scratches his head when he's thinking, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he's getting used to tragedy. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Truly, and respects those that persevere through their trials and labors, and sees merrymakings of waste. Some ads are currently running, so I will wait until the ads are done before we do anything else, or I pause. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and likes malachite and lead, as well as moss opal and cacao wood and puffin leather, barrels, ballista parts, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders when possible. First consume finger millet, beer, and hates flies. The river hungers. We must feed our god. He worships Shin Barothstib Thastris Athir, which is the Crimson something or another. The fuck is that? The god of jewels, wealth, and trade. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. All right, so let's just close this. Kurthnoke. Also, if we were to get attacked by a bunch of agitated wildlife that are on the ground, this whole underground area would be extremely bad for us. Also, I wonder. Okay, levers pulled. Drawbridge is shut. Great. I must make another temple. But I've got bigger problems. All right, Chad, I need a vile force of darkness. Let's end a bunch of water. Both of those emotes are required for immediate posting. Because it seems to be working, at least thus far. I said I want it to be marketed like a DLC. Or at least that's what I intended to say. So essentially, I want them to release a trailer for it. I want them to give us a release date. That's what I mean. I don't want it to just drop one day. Also, come on, chat. There's 160 of you. We can get some more emotes in the chat. We can do that. YouTube folks, if you want to participate, I don't know, post a blue square. I have no idea how effective this is going to be, by the way. One of these duders here is terrified of what exactly? Dead bodies, maybe? Huh. Don't forget the soap. Oh, absolutely. I mean, showers are included with invading this fort. We don't provide soap or towels, however. So now we just need to wait for them to get to around here. Very busy part of the fort, frankly. Here they come. This is quite the visual, actually. Like, you know, this just being my fort, it's all chill. It's all chill. Uh-oh. That's a little sketch. What's all this? Perchin? Well, so I found a problem. They're shooting bolts. At this. They're trying to shoot bolts up here. That's pretty intense. So, I guess we give them a big whoosh, eh? Dwarf pulls lever. And it's time for the goblins to get the big gurgle. What are you running for? I mean, there's no... Oh, you're running to try and make it to the front door, I guess? Oh, what a hero. What a goddamn hero, chat. Where are you going? Looks like only one made it. Iteb's been found. Oh. How did you end up down there? Oh. Oh my. So doors walking past here are just getting turned into pin cushions? I guess I could station the brave fools here. See how this goes. I mean, arrows and bolts are still coming up. Uh-oh. 2 have been found dead. Because some of them made it down here. And it appears that Elfie Bean is not about to charge, but should be about to charge. Because there's a whole bunch of goblins that have made it into the fort down at the base level. But it's okay. We've taken them out. And we've also got a bunch of dwarves that are getting unalived on the front walkway, which I should just remove all of this. And forbid their bodies when they inevitably fall. It's a carpenter. Ha! Surprise. And, yeah, well, there goes 2 of them. However, that should be most of the luck that the goblins have had. I don't think they'll have much more. Outside of maybe their sniper shots. I think what I need is I need a really big bridge at the other end that I can close. Because right now I don't actually have a way of locking them in here. I guess they just get to run away if they want? No, Lemon Field has drowned. Because I, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your perspective, I had to change this how the setup works. And so Lemon Field is no longer with us. I guess what I can do is I can station those 2 squads right there. Send you guys back to whatever. Holy shit. Look at all those bolts. This fortress is kind of a firing squad at the moment. Like, we're just getting shot. I mean... as they get closer, the dwarves should be able to start shooting. I mean, they all have bolts. So in theory, we should start seeing bolts flying out of these guys pretty soon. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Merlin. Let's get some bolts. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. I need to build a big, like, Marksdorf tower up here. That's what we really need. So if we look down here, you can see bolts just flying down and colliding with them. And these are just bone. Wooden and bone. Look, seriously injured. Just maim them. We don't even need to kill them. Just make them unable to escape. Huh? What? Eduardo has been found dead. I beggeth your pardon. How... What? How'd you get in? They must have climbed. Well, that's not good. Speaking of not good, I'm just gonna send this squad down to here. This certainly is not a very secure fort at the moment. Not even remotely... Wait, how is that an unreachable location? Bunch of dwarves being found dead. Seems a bunch more of these goblins managed to get into the fortress somehow. And they are now cornering and executing every dwarf that they see in the canyon fort. And we are now hearing Esmeralda's dead. So Zos, we are now hearing the horrible music of we're dying right now. Also, the goblin siege is broken, so that is an advantage to our side. As far as the remaining goblins, they are being executed. It seems that Zatan here is running away as best they can. As for remaining goblins, there's still quite a few invaders in the river. One that's climbing somewhere. Please fall. Are you climbing up? Holy shit, you are. Yeah. And then up into a tree, because fuck it. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. But we need less beds now, and I do still have my Baron. So I think we now need to actually get this fort defendable. Could have gone better too. Certainly. Most certainly. I won't deny that. But look at this lovely metal delivery. I mean, like, come on. You can't deny that. That's just beautiful. It's literally just free metal, man. This is my well, which is operating once again. Which is kind of amazing. Also, I have no idea how these dwarves got in here. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. So I guess I will just... I don't even fucking know, man. I genuinely don't. I have no idea. It wasn't much in the way of goblin I made, but it's something, I guess. I can also turn off the burrows for the area that we're in. All right, well, it's time to expand the tombs. Am I really out of coffins? I'm out of coffins. Yeah, I think the only good news to come out of this is that I don't now I don't need as many like bedrooms. It's the only good news. Quite literally, I think that is the only good news. But chat, I think, yeah, Salty's got the right idea. Round of beers for all the successes. And now I need to figure out how to defend this fucking fort. Because this fort is fucking ridiculous. Like, genuinely, I need to figure out how to defend this goddamn fort. Because at the moment, I have very little idea of how I'm actually going to do that. Because it is extremely exposed. Like, we're just like on the side of a fucking cliff, basically. I've got a fruit fly in my face, and I wish you would die. Please die. I managed to avoid fruit flies in my apartment right up until, like, the end of the year. And I'm pretty sure I got them from a houseplant that I bought. All right, so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to deconstruct all these walls, and I'm going to go all the way over to here, and then all the way over to there. And I'm just going to fill this thing in. Same with here. Actually, I'm just going to go down here even. I can build a wall across that way. Madness? How you doing, hobo? How's things, man?
Yeet.
I need apple wood. That'd be 9, right? No, it should be 8. I can just not worry about that at the end there. But yeah, that corner there was a big problem. So from corner to corner is 10. Then go all the way across to there. And get rid of this. And get rid of that. Addicted to Mega Bonk. I've like almost bought that game maybe a dozen times now. And I keep resisting. And I don't know why. There's just like part of my brain that is like, no, you don't need this. That and like part of my brain that's like, and everybody's watched everybody else play this, so you don't need to play. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Like, sometimes I just perpetually feel late to the party on video games. Which admittedly is like kind of a victim of my own success, I suppose. What is that? That's all bayberry. Oh, I know what it is, Stonova. I am well aware of what it is. It's one thing I really like and one thing I really hate. You can guess which one I hate and which one I like. I'm also not a fan of Survivor type games, but I fucking love Risk of Rain. I'm really happy people like stopped calling them Bullet Heavens though, because Bullet Heavens is a franchise of actual bullet hells. And it was really starting to distress me that people kept calling them Bullet Heavens. I'm like, but Bullet Heaven is literally a game. You can't do that. It's like calling Diablo a gauntlet. But like somehow worse. Brotato's been your jam. You know what it was a game that I like watched a bunch of footage of this weekend while eating lunch and taking a break from editing? It was Mugenics. That new Edmund McMullen game. It's Team Meets back in town, man. I'm like actually somewhat curious about that. The biggest sad I have about that game, though, is the soundtrack isn't written by Danny B. Genuinely disappoint. Like, massively disappoint. Just a good brain-off game. And you can play as a skeleton on a skateboard. That seems like a perk. It does seem like I don't have anybody in hospital, so that's good. My nice high-quality tombs. I have fond memories of Gauntlet on the N64. Gauntlet Legends, specifically. And then one series of fond, question mark, memory of spending like 80 bucks between 4 people and beating Gauntlet Legends on a arcade machine. That was an expensive afternoon, but you know what? I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it. I think. It was a fun afternoon, but like, I don't know. Because Gauntlet is like maybe one of the most unapologetic, like fucking money fleecing schemes in an arcade, for the time anyway. Still not sure if it was like worth the money. Okay, this is all Bayberry. Dragon Slayer? I don't know what that is. Oh, Dragon's Lair, you mean? Lair? Because I'm pretty sure Gauntlet Legends was way after Dragon's Lair. But for me, it was like, absolute horrendous waste of money. Holy tombs. What a job. There goes Esmeralda. So sorry, Dwarf. Question is, the good news is my dwarves are now better set up. Can actually set them to metal armor. Almost. Almost. Not quite, but very close to. I don't actually know what material this is. It's all willow. Okay. So this needs to be filled in with something. So let's fill this in with something. I need 96 blocks. Let's just do birch. Birch and almond. That's what I'll do. Product of its moment in time? No, totally. You know, for a fortress that worships the god of death, we must be satisfying him. We must be. You gotta give it to these dwarves. They really are doing their damnedest to satisfy this god. For better or for dwarf. Bayberry. All the way across. Bayberry are all the way over to there. Actually, how many wide are we? So if I do 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will just allow me to put rows of bedrooms in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I'll just fill in the rest of it. Like put in more crafting stuff or something. I 1000. Okay, number one, you're talking about OG Gauntlet. Two, you're talking about OG Gauntlet, right, Silas? We beat Gauntlet Legends, which wasn't OG Gauntlet. If that was still a thing, I would have been shocked because this was maybe 15 years after the game came out. Like, I don't actually think that Midway still existed at that point. I could be wrong, but so I don't think that was still a thing. I don't think that was still a thing by that point. So no, I never sent in for a t-shirt, but I also don't think that was still a thing. Um, 9,275 blocks. I don't know how much wood in total, but that's how many blocks. And the vast majority of that has been wood. Vast majority. That would kind of be an unnecessary amount of math, IMO. No. I guarantee you that dwarf died because I remember reading out their name when they died. This fort has had several very catastrophic events. And also one very recently. So no, I guarantee you that dwarf is no longer with us. Actually, it's not even a guarantee. It's like, I know that that dwarf's dead. So my apologies, but I'm sure they had a terrible life while they existed because this place kind of sucks. But if it's any consultation that their life sucked, it could have been worse. You know, they could have been a goblin. I think that would have been, or one of the goblins that I threw off of out of this fort and like onto the ground on the surface. That would probably be a worse fate, if I were to guess. Their suffering is over, at least. Yeah, sure. As far as we know. Who knows what the afterlife is like? Name one of the giant boar's pork chop. There's an elf bard on this map? You don't look like a bard. Pork chop. Biggie pork chops is generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't handle stress well. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she is often cheerful. She's brave in the face of imminent danger and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She has a active imagination, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation, and she is assertive, and she often feels lustful. Which I swear, like, just appeared as I was reading that. Although maybe I'm going crazy. Oopsies. That ain't what I wanted. You need to tell me who that dwarf was, ADJ. Because I don't know what that dwarf's name was. So if you know the name of that dwarf, I could tell you. Otherwise, I have no idea. All right, let's go down here and turn this sucker back on. So yeah, I have no idea. I've been streaming for, I guess, as of this November, White Tiger, 11 years. I've never had wrist problems. So if this is a carpal tunnel speedrun, I have to tell you that I think I failed. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't think this is the carpal tunnel speedrun that you're looking for. Unfortunately for you. Or rather, happy to disappoint because wrist problem seems painful. I have no idea why this would be any more carpal tunnel inducing than any normal software that you use on a computer, but people seem to think that this game gives you carpal tunnel, at which point I'd say you probably need to look at your chair setup and your ergonomics. I don't even, like an E-machine? I don't even know what an eMac is. Never used one. Was Alfie a DJ's mom? I have no idea. Doesn't look like it. I mean, she's experienced trauma, but no, not that I'm aware of. You need to go back in the VOD and check and tell me. Okay, so now that all this is running, yeah, I don't fully understand why people seem to be obsessed that this game gives people carpal tunnel, because I've never had problems with my wrists. All the random use of caps makes me read in my head like you're screaming at chat for some reason, ADJ, and it's mildly distressing. An elven caravan has arrived. I don't have anything to sell them. They also have no way into the fort, so, I mean, good luck. They're gonna have to wait for this to drain. Just clear cut that lower level. Ah, fair enough. It does read like you're screaming, though. I have virtually nothing I can sell them, so I haven't really traded with them much. Also, I don't think I've made a single wood crate. Oddly enough. I mean, bin. Excuse me. Damn. Lots of new armor available. You'll love to see it, frankly. Oh, I'm sure they are. I mostly use the mouse clicky buttons because it's easier for chat to follow. I mean, I used to play this game exclusively keyboard back in the day, right? And I would constantly get questions of people saying, like, could you put your hotkeys on screen? And I don't want to do that because I think that just looks ugly. So for me, it's mostly just I mean, it's what I use because I personally, I think it makes the game easier to follow from a viewer perspective. So do I often make bins? Usually. I usually make them out of metal, though. And then when I want something out of a bin, I just melt the bin. So I frequently just do it that way. I don't know if this is one of my dwarves or somebody else's teeth, but somebody died there and left their teeth. But yeah, I make bins all the time. Bins are a pretty common addition to my forts. Although right now I just need cabinets, not bins. I'm just kind of waiting for this to be constructed so that I can just queue up a shit ton of bedrooms all at once. What do I have a bunch of? Let's do one of sand pear. Let's do one of apple. Let's do one out of... willow, I guess. And then wall, and then... let's also just get rid of some of these for right now. What, the shortcuts in this game? You've been able to remap them since it launched on Steam. What do you want about? You've never not been able to remap the shortcuts. Like, mate, key bindings. You've always been able to remap them. You know, the number of questions I see about this game that could be answered by press escape and hit options. I would make dollars a day if I got $1 per. I'm just saying, like, so many, like I've seen so many negative reviews for this game on Steam, which could just be answered with press escape. Like, I have no words. Yeah. Just gonna do this the easy way. It's like 70% water. I'll be honest. I don't know what the problem is. What do you mean by securing it, per se? Are you, like, saying, like, walling off all the edges? Just dig around it and go to another cavern would be my main advice if you're having problems. Yeah, I don't really know. It's a fucking downloadable game, Mouse Beater. Like, you can buy that guide if you want, but, like, I'll be honest. Okay, Grandpa. That's how I feel whenever I see people saying I wish games came with paper manuals. Sorry if that's harsh, but, like, that is my physical response whenever I see that now. Like, in a fucking world where I was going to sell hand-drawn bookmarks as a way to fund my sketching hobby, and then decided to not because the cost to import them to the US would probably cost twice as much as the cost of the fucking everything else, making them decidedly not even remotely worth it. Like, I don't know. I think that if you want a manual for Dwarf Fortress, allow me to introduce you to the wiki and buy a printer and a ring binder. That'd be my advice. Get yourself a printer. Actually, I'm just looking at these rooms and going, oh, that's a bit of a problem. Let's invert these. Grab yourself a printer and a ring binder. And make your own damn manual. If you want it so bad. I feel very shitty about that collector's edition, I'm not gonna lie. It's like $150 too expensive. And there's no final designs in the marketing materials. It's all just what looks like prototypes. I don't know. That just seems, the whole thing just seems like bad juju to me. Like, I don't see that thing ending well, personally. Maybe I'm just jaded, but I've seen way too many expensive collector's editions come out and just make the game look worse, especially in the current economy. From my perspective, releasing a collector's edition like that is I've kind of been like, okay, that's kind of neat, I guess. Is my general take, but I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. What's so difficult about Alt-Tab, though? Queen thing? Like, you need to realize how many people make Civ. That's not a small editing lift. Like, DF Hack could probably implement that, but, like, that is a huge amount of development time that would have to be done and updated constantly by the developers. Because it would need to be more accurate than the wiki for it to be even remotely useful. Yeah, I don't know. That to me seems like a massive waste of editing. Why do I keep saying editing? Development resources. Besides, shipping a fucking manual, like, the amount of fucking revisions... Yeah, I don't know. This is, like, pissing me off for some stupid reason. I should stop talking. Let's go along here. Yeah, I don't know. There's literally no good idea there. I'm really worried about that collector's edition. But this game did that before it was cool. Queen thing. And also, I wouldn't necessarily say that Dwarf Fortress needs a wiki to understand. It needs a wiki to learn. How do I keep fucking up these floorings? What the hell am I doing? I just can't, apparently, be consistent about my coloring. Chat, in the last like 10 minutes, I've gotten ridiculously grumpy, and I don't know where it came from. I'm just feeling very irritable. And we're also 8 hours into the stream. I was planning on going a little later because of how long I babbled at the beginning. I think I should end stream. I think it's time. I think it's time. Before I shout at somebody. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. We'll be on tomorrow normal time. Twitch chat, if you guys want to raid somebody, stick around. Otherwise, see ya, I guess. And, yeah. Thanks for watching, YouTube folks. Alrighty.